Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome to a live Friday. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Oh, what a glorious day to be alive. Even a glorious day to be dead. If you were dead, you couldn't avail yourself of such a glorious day, but it wouldn't change the day. You just wouldn't know anything about it. Hey, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is here, too.
Hello, friends.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
That's right. We're going to play a little game with Poundcake later on.
Ooh.
Oh?
It's called ZZ Top or Skinnerd. I mean, listen, it's kind of well-tread ground if you're a regular listener to this show, but I do love it so because I love both bands. And this way it narrows the field for Poundcake. It's a binary choice, right? A lot of times I'll play a song for him. And it's not like I'm setting him up. I just like to know how his brain works when he hears a piece of music. Sometimes he'll really kind of gather some of that information by osmosis, you know. Say again?
At least you're being nice about it and narrowing it down from ZZ Top or Skinner.
Yeah, it's a coin flip, right?
Yeah.
But to the untrained ear, they can probably sound very, very similar. So it's time permitting, later on, we'll do this. If you'd like to join us, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007 if you want to send me a text. That number is 35192 if you listen on iHeartRadio. You can leave us messages there. Boy, did you guys miss a great time last night, you being Bill, Mary, and Poundcake. I was there for the official launch of the Rockin' Buzzard Brew. We're at the Brew Kettle in Strongsville. It was a nice time to get the MMS family together. A lot of people came out. Charlie and I did the first official pours of it. It was so fun. And so if you came out, thanks. Talked to a lot of people. Stansbury was there, and Charlie and me, and Corey Roddick, and it was a great, great time. So thanks if you came out. Bill had a show. Mary had a show. Bill had a couple of shows.
I did Parma Pit Stop, which everybody that came out there, thank you very much. That was a blast. And
so I get there, and these two people are waiting for me in a booth. Amy Krakowski, our intrepid promotions manager, she goes, hey, these two people over there in the booth have been waiting to talk to you. And I go, okay, cool. As soon as I walk in, because I just haul ass after the show, everybody else had been there like since 5. It was a 5 to 8 thing, and so I figure I'll get out there and enjoy the last hour of it, and I hung out a little bit longer than that, but towards the end of the night, I turn around and everybody's gone. I don't know how that happened. I guess everybody, what I heard was everybody thought that I had left, and I hadn't, but nevertheless. So I first get there, and there's a couple people sitting there in a booth, and once in a while, I'm real good with faces, but I'm awful with names. Once in a while, I will happen to remember a name, and it makes me look like I'm really paying attention. And it was a woman who was out at the Polar Blast with her friends who were fans of the show. She had no idea who I was and had never heard the show. Fast forward to last night, and she said after the Polar Blast, she'd started listening to the show and thinks it's great, blah, 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 and wanted to have a chat. And it just so happened that I remembered her name, and it made me seem really, really kind of tuned in. But she was the one who's Karen. Oh. And she was the one who said, hey, I heard Bill on the show say East End, but we've got tickets for him at the Parma Pit Stop. And I said, I don't know anything about that. And then I texted you. She's showing me her phone. She's like, we have tickets. I go, okay, maybe it's sold out, and that's why he wasn't talking about it. I don't know. And she goes, well, it's free. We had to get a seat. But I go, so then I'm texting you like out of the blue and going, hey, is this going on? And yeah. So I had to really, because they were going to say hi to me, finish their beers, and head on to see the Squire show. Mary, I don't know what the hell Poundcake was doing. He didn't, you could make the case that, Mary and Bill had prior engagements. They had shows. I don't know what the hell Poundcake was doing. Doing nothing is going to be my guess. He wasn't obligated, of course, to come out, but there's always people happy to see Poundcake. There's also, and let me check my notes, always people, right, unhappy to see Poundcake. So, and that's probably more fun. But anyway, it doesn't matter, right? Mary was out. She was at the Foundry Social.
Yeah.
And she had a show last night out there in Medina, and they shut the place down. Normally, I tell you about this all the time. I've been doing their commercials for a long, long time. We did an Alan Cox Show go-kart race years ago with listeners pre-COVID. That was a blast. I would love to do that again. Right there next door at High Voltage Karting. But Foundry Social, people go and they have drinks and food and there's games and all this stuff. So last night they shut it down because there's a show that Mary's doing there. And I guess by all accounts, the show went very well. I think they packed it out and it was a good time. The first time you had done a show there, I think.
Yeah,
Am I correct in that?
They're dipping their toe into comedy to see if it's something that they want to continue to do in the future.
Gotcha.
And so this was like a test run, essentially. It went really well. There was like 200 people there, so ton of listeners. Thank you to everybody who came out. It was a great time.
You, however, met someone who wanted to peer into your soul.
A woman came up to me after the show, standing in the merch line, taking pictures, signing CDs, doing all the fun stuff. She came up to me and she said, I have a gift. I said, and I'm thinking like she bought me a present or something.
Yeah, she means I have a gift.
She possesses a gift in her spirit.
Yes.
She said that she was a medium.
Yeah.
And that while I was on stage, she could see my father behind me.
Now, how did she possibly pick you out as easy prey?
Listen, I asked her, one of the first things I asked her was if she listened to the show. And she said no.
Of course she does.
She said, I don't know who you are.
Of course she does.
I'm here with a guy.
Of course she does.
That's what she told me.
I'm here with a guy.
So she said she had never heard of me before. She just came to the show with this dude. And,
see, that way, because the retort would be, well, you've already heard me tell all my story, or a lot of my stories. We're always talking about our lives here. If she says she's never heard of you, then that takes that off the table. But clearly, she's heard of you.
So she nailed one thing that gave me like chills, and it was the first thing that she asked. So she's like, oh, I saw your dad behind you. I did do jokes about my dad. And she goes,
did you ask her to describe your father?
Well, she described him incorrectly. She goes, did he have a dark beard and dark hair? I said, maybe when he was younger, but when he passed, I was like, I've only known my dad as gray.
Was your dad 105 pounds when he died?
Right.
Because
Even
that's
when
the
he was
guy
younger, didn't he have
I
like
saw.
more blonde hair?
He had, it was like a dirty blonde color, and I can't remember his facial hair situation.
But she's also seeing his ghost form in her
Correct.
defense.
Oh, so it might be different.
Ghost form.
So that was wrong right off the bat. I said no, and I actually have my CDs has a picture of my dad and I in it. I said this is actually he was full white like Santa Claus, like his hair, his beard, everything was super white. And then she goes, okay. She goes,
He was really proud of it, actually. He was really proud of his white beard and hair. He's always talking about how he's like, it gave him power.
Yeah, his white hair power.
If it ain't white, it ain't right. That was, of course, what he would always say.
The thing that she nailed, she looks at me and she goes, please don't take offense when I ask this. I said, okay. She goes, are you pregnant? And I was like, no. And she goes, she's like, you're sure you're not pregnant with a boy? And I was like, I am not pregnant with a boy. And she goes, who is?
So she's 0 for 2 so far.
Well, that's what gave me chills is I was like, my sister-in-law's pregnant. And she goes, and it's the first boy grandson. And I was like, that would be my dad's son, yes. Because my older sister has 2 boys, but she has a different dad.
Is that something you've mentioned on the show?
Yes.
I don't think I mentioned that it was the first grandson. I mentioned that my sister-in-law was pregnant like a month ago when we were going through all those K names for boys.
Okay.
But I didn't mention that it was the first grandson that would have been my dad's like blood full grandson.
All right.
So now she's 1 and 2.
Here's what I want. Is this what she nailed?
That's the one that she nailed.
Okay. So the thing she nailed was thinking you were pregnant.
Well, no, she said, I just see like a baby boy. Are you pregnant? No. Well, who is pregnant? It's the first grandson. And that's when I got chills because I was like, I didn't talk about that on stage. I didn't mention on air that it was the first grandson. I haven't posted
Okay.
anything about that.
I'll give you the first grandson thing.
So that was like,
spoopy.
oh, damn. Right. So, but then she was like, okay, what does, she's like, I'm getting an A month, like April, August. Do those mean anything to you? Is that like your birthday? And I was going through it in my head. There is not a single birthday in April or August. Not one in my entire family. I was like,
It's
not
Buzzard
sure.
Fest, dummy.
August
That's what it was,
4th at
August
Victory
4th.
Sports Park in
Thank you.
North Ridgeville. Get your tickets now, buzzardfest.com.
Well, and then she was like playing with her hand. She goes, I don't know. He keeps saying an A month. It's either April or August. And she goes, and it's my ring finger. Like, are you engaged? Did you get married in April or August? I said, no, I'm not engaged. I live with my boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. But I also made
Boy,
a
she
joke.
keeps swinging, doesn't she?
I made a joke that was like talking about Brian and I getting on proper medication and then saying that I think we might get engaged this year because of it. So I was like, okay, you took that from my set. And then someone made a reference to Jenna, the caller. So I said something about Jenna on stage. And then she asked me if I had a friend in my life named Jennifer.
Oh, my
And I was
God.
like, no, like, I don't know. I don't have anybody close to me named Jennifer. So there were a few things that I'm like, okay, she totally took this from my set. Like, and then but the thing about the first grandson definitely like struck a nerve.
Because, I mean, your older sister has
She has
two
she has
sons,
3 sons.
but she's not biologically your
Right.
dad. Okay,
She
all
has
right.
a different dad.
Yeah.
So that if my dad were alive, my brothers would be my dad's first blood
Gotcha.
grandson, if that makes sense. But yeah, so she swung and missed on the way that he looked like the
First Blood grandson, starring Sylvester Stallone.
Did you first blood,
Yeah.
not me.
But she got that, and then there was there was something else. There was a couple other things that she was asking that it was.
So
just
just
like,
to
no,
recap, for
not
those of you who
really.
are new to the show, Mary hates magicians, people who tell you they're lying to you, mediums who are actual liars and pretending to be telling
I'm
you the
into
truth.
it.
She's way into it.
Way into it.
There you
Love
go.
it.
All right.
Love it
How much
so
money
much.
did you give her?
I didn't give her any. She
Oh,
cut
okay.
the line of merch and was like, I have to tell you these things right now before I lose them. Your father's speaking to me. Blah,
Did you
blah,
at
blah.
least tell her so you don't have a gift for me or otherwise? What was her gift?
Her gift was sharing her mediumness.
Ah, well, it sounds more like a small
with me.
or a medium.
To me, it sounds like you're being haunted by a guy with a dark beard.
Right, maybe.
Yeah,
He was standing behind me on stage. Oh,
right.
and at one
What
point,
if she did actually see someone behind you, but it's not your dad?
right, it's just
It's
a
like,
random dude
oh, it's
with dark hair
Rasputin or
who was born
something.
in April.
Right.
She at one point in my set, the lights just came on. Like they had the whole house lights dimmed and then they all like raised, and I was like, oh, does that mean that the show's over? And I was like making jokes about it, and she was like, that was your dad. That was him showing that he's proud of you. I said, by turning on the lights. Like,
Hey, listen,
Right,
there's no way to disprove it.
Right.
No way to disprove it. Good
But
for
yeah,
her.
that
She
was
does have a
my-
gift.
My Medina medium experience. Last night.
Yeah. Was she a local?
No idea. I didn't get much information about her. She had very pretty blue eyes.
And that's half the battle, really. All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ready to do this.
Get ready. Our iHeart
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane. But there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Throw a little block party out for Adam, who listens to the show in Michigan City, Indiana. One of our bureau chiefs out there on the iHeartRadio app. We gave away some tickets. Fifth Block Party's doing that Paramore show Sunday night at the Romo Fijo. I don't think it's sold out. There might still be some available, but it's the day after tomorrow if you dig any of those bands. If you do listen to us on the app from out of state, be it Michigan City or somewhere else, tell me where. Tyler listens in Bloomingdale, New Jersey. Sebastian's one of our bureau chiefs in Salt Lake City. Robert's out in Bakersfield, California. Ashley's in Minot, North Dakota. Dean's in Memphis. You can always leave us messages there, too, if you like. Your Cleveland Guardians are playing tonight. It's the second of 4. They lost by 1 run last night to the Twins in Minnesota. And so they get another crack at them tonight. 8:10 is the first pitch. 7:40 is when that pregame will get rolling. Twins Guardians here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And now that we're in June, you can use the promo code SUMMER for the next 29 days for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Whatever you want to get over there, whether you're going to do it online, whether you're going to do it in one of their stores. Save yourself a bit of cash and use SUMMER as your promo code. Guardians news that they're probably going to trade Shane Bieber. Is that something that's going to rock the team, or is that something where they're trying to...
It's a bummer because he's a great pitcher, but it's just one of those realistic things that they have to do being a mid-level team because he's going to get a huge contract in the offseason of probably $300 or $400 million.
I see.
And
good for him.
And not everybody's going to do what J-Ram did, where he took a pretty significant pay cut to stay in Cleveland.
Yeah, he really wanted to stay here.
Appreciate Jose Ramirez that much more.
Sure. But he's kind of a unicorn in that way, too.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys aren't willing to do that. Nor should they, quite frankly. I mean, it's cool that he did. But
Andres Jimenez kind of did the same thing, so appreciate both those guys.
Well, I like that Tristan McKenzie. I know he's been real hot and cold, but I like what he's doing. I like him a lot. But, the Guardians traded Clevenger at the trade deadline. They traded Trevor Bauer a couple years before that. So they're saying that Shane Bieber will probably get passed to somebody before the trade deadline, which is on August the 1st, rather. He's 28. I thought he was a lot younger than that. But how long has he been in Cleveland? He didn't get drafted by the Guardians.
Shane Bieber, yes.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yes, he came up through the system, and then I think he's been in the major leagues for 5 years now.
Okay.
Because I saw him, what was that fest in Columbus that we did a few years
Whiskey
ago?
Bear?
Whiskey Bear Fest. We went to a Clippers game, and I saw him pitch in the Clippers game, and then he got called up to the big leagues a little bit.
I see. Well, he's set to become a free agent in 2025. So he'll probably be dealt to somebody. I haven't read anything about who the usual suspects might be or any interested parties. But I guess if you're talking, it narrows the field if you're talking about $200, $300 million. There's only a handful of teams that are going to shell that kind of cash out. So, but I hadn't been paying close enough attention this season to know if he had been producing or not.
I mean, the whole team's kind of having a down
year,
but I mean, he's still a good pitcher, and a lot of the problems that he's having aren't his problems. It's run support, where if he were getting more runs,
he can only do so much.
Yeah, he'd probably have a better record.
They're not hitting, they're not getting runs. Maybe they're getting the runs. Could that be an issue? I hate to. It is well-tread ground, but I hate to admit, for people who have never heard this show before, how common of a through line diarrhea is on this program. And so it's always kind of top of mind. And I wonder, you're out there, God, you're wearing the white polyester pants, even if they're cotton. I mean, you don't want to have any kind of accidents. I always thought that was why so many guys slid into a base on their butt so they could say, I might not have gotten a run, but this way I can mask if I've got any gastrointestinal distress out there.
Having some problems.
Right. Maybe I'm thinking too far into it. I don't know. But there might be something there.
I mean, they wrote that song for a reason.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to spray.
I was thinking more like when you're
sliding into
and
first.
You feel a little burst.
Feel a little burst. Diarrhea. When you're sliding into third. See, the nothing rhymes with second. Do you steal second and then you go to third for the rhyme and then home for the rhyme? There's nothing that rhymes with second that I've ever heard in that song, right? Everybody goes from first to third, which is not how the game is played. Not even in the diarrhea version of the game. You can't just skip bases because there's no rhyme.
When you're sliding into two and you got a juicy poo. Right?
Mary Santora cracked the code. That wouldn't even occurred to me. But there it is, yeah. Uh-huh.
Hello? Anybody there?
We're here.
Hi, Mary.
Hi.
You know who this is?
Kind of sounds like Ghostbag.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, how are you? You never called to talk to me.
Well, guess what?
What?
That was me behind you on stage last night.
Ghostbag!
That's right. I'd never seen you perform before, baby. I figured Poundcake ain't doing much recently. He got a boyfriend, so there's not much going on with him in his room. There's not so much wacky, so I figured I'd venture out and see what everybody else is doing.
Did you have a good time? Hi!
But, listen, it's not your fault. My card got declined at the bar, and it left a bad taste in my mouth.
Unreal.
I know.
Wait a minute. I didn't know you had facial hair. You have dark facial hair?
I can change my face to whatever somebody wants to see.
Is it just like the way the bag's printed?
That's exactly how the way the bag's printed. That's right. It looks like I got a mustache. Somebody, before the bag became me, somebody wrote all over it with a black Sharpie, so sometimes it just looks like there's a mustache there, but that's not really what was going on.
Oh, boy. Well, I have a question, though, because you usually show up with Cody for sexy time. Is that what you were expecting at this show, or were you just trying to...
No, I wasn't expecting sexy time at the show, but I had never seen you perform before, and I heard that the show was sold out, so I couldn't get a seat, so I got up behind you on stage.
Nice.
I hope you don't mind.
No. Did you like it?
Did you feel me breathing on your neck?
I was pretty sweaty, but I thought it was just because I had a jacket on.
That was me.
It was you.
Yeah. Well, it was part breathing, part farts.
Oh, come on.
Hey, fart your farts.
That's why I was
Even
so
if you're
hot.
a ghost.
Not on people.
Yeah, if you're a ghost, it doesn't matter. You don't know.
They didn't smell.
Well, yeah, I'm a ghost. I mean, you're not going to see them or smell them, but trust me, they're there.
Yeah. Well, were you the one talking to the medium then?
I was. Boy, she did not get any of her. I was up back there throwing her signals like Johnny Bench, and she wasn't picking any of them up. She could have been 10 for 10 if she just paid attention to me. And she didn't. She got them all. She thought she's all that. She got to do it by herself.
So you were giving correct signals.
Yeah.
You weren't feeding her bad information, because I know you are a troublemaker.
I'm not a troublemaker. I'm doing my thing. You know how I do. I just like to hang out. But and I told Poundcake, I need a break from you. And so I took a break from him.
Oh.
You're too tired.
I just want to see what's going on out there.
He's not really two-timing because he didn't show up during my sexy time. He showed up professionally.
Yeah, he's never showed up professionally for me.
What, you don't do anything?
That's not the point. Show up professionally for me. Sit in here with me.
How do I show up if you don't do anything? I ain't going to your job, dummy. I want to see her crack some jokes.
Fine.
Now, the only problem was, since she was facing away from me, I couldn't hear any of it. Her voice was going out the opposite direction. So all I heard was just... That's all. I didn't hear anything. I heard a lot of people laughing. But, anyway, I just wanted to let you... I wanted to let you know that was me.
It was you.
That was me.
Case closed.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And then, I stuck around playing Pac-Man for a while, so that was good.
You kind of look like Pac-Man.
Well, it's a lot of my cousins work for that game, so...
Yeah.
I get it.
Shut up, Bill.
What? I said I get it. I like the joke.
Son of a...
Or the reference.
Okay, I gotta go.
Where are you going now?
I'm going on tour with Dane Cook. I'll see you guys later.
You're the ghost of his career.
No, come on, Dane Cook's back. What are you talking about? The ghost, he's got a 19-year-old fiance, and
she's got to be 19
he's doing
and a half
great.
by now.
Yeah, gotta be 19 and a half, probably 20, 21.
Is there something wrong with that? Because that's hot.
Huh?
I said,
That's hot?
yeah.
Well, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I
Maybe
mean,
19
she's
and a half with birth
she's
and hips.
legal and no, birth and hips is what he wants. Very important to Poundcake. The birth and hips.
them hips.
Birth and hips. No, I don't even know if they're still together, but I know that they made a big show of it for a while. That they were together, and he was he's 51 years old, and I think she was 19 when they started to.
How does a 19-year-old meet a Dane Cook?
He's famous and she's hot.
Right, yeah.
I know, but like, was it at a coffee shop? Like, was
Nope.
she waiting outside of his hotel room and while he was walking out?
It was probably some sort of party. Or
Not a DM?
Or a DM.
maybe a DM,
Oh,
yeah.
I
You get
forgot.
on DMs,
We're in
yeah.
the digital age. You don't have to wait outside someone's. You can metaphorically wait outside someone's hotel room.
Okay, so she's not that young. It says, let's see.
Well, when they got together, they were
right,
yeah.
because it says she's 26 years younger than he is. So she's 25 now, but they've been together for 6 years. Right. So he was late 40s and she was 19 years old. But listen, man, he lost a lot of his money. He just wanted somebody to make him feel like a cool guy again, right? He wasn't out doing stand-up for a while. He kind of, I don't know, he wasn't as white hot as he once was. You want somebody that's going to make you feel like a superstar again.
He's not.
And she just happened to be 19 years old.
He's not hideous. I'd hit it.
Well, he is pasty and white, and you do like that.
I loved him. Loved him.
I need him with the facial hair, though, not without. He looks like a murderer without the facial hair.
Well, he has an odd combination of looking just weird enough, but also just attractive enough, where he looks like a really amazing good-looking guy in a bit of a funhouse mirror. But that's enough to get you through when you're like white hot like he was 15 years ago.
There's one picture.
And having all kinds of, he was probably neck deep in college girls.
He did a college tour and filmed it for HBO.
There you go. You got to talk to your audience. You got to fish where the fish are.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be tan and with facial hair, and then he'll be up to my standards.
Oh, yeah?
Skeleton face and white is not enough.
Skeleton face and white. That's right.
This is how studious our customers are. In the chat on the YouTube stream, someone said Mary did say on the show about the firstborn, and it's May 4th, part 8, 7:56 minutes in.
Get up.
7 minutes and 56 seconds in. So, yeah, there it is.
Oh, there you go.
I remember Dane Cook and Bobby Kelly getting stuff thrown at them 30 years ago. At that, I'm sure they've both told that story. I don't know if Bobby's ever told it here, but they were doing a thing for WBCN, which for a long, long time was a classic, not a classic rock station, but like a legendary rock station in Boston. And they were the comedians between Spin Doctors and Fish. And you guys know this. When people aren't expecting comedians,
they don't want
them. They so they were throwing shoes and lighters at these guys, and they got off stage. But
we're here for the Spin Doctors. Aren't you guys supposed to be pretty chill? We'll be chill when the Spin Doctors are on.
The Spin Doctors are chill. The Spin Heads are not. Little Miss can be wrong.
Yeah, Spin Patients, I believe they're called.
There you go.
But Spin Doctors. What an interesting thing.
Spin Doctors were legit. If you hear the Spin Doctors now, the only reason that they kind of fell off the rails there is because that singer got like throat cancer or something, because I think now they're like doing some shows. But man, that band, as far as like musicianship, they were friggin' tight.
Oh, yeah, they're a very good band, but it was also just such a 90s sound where it wouldn't have worked in the 80s. I don't think it would have worked in the 70s, but in the 90s, it just hit, and you couldn't get enough of it. And those songs were on all
it wasn't
the
even
time.
It wasn't even post grunge. I mean, they were pre Nirvana, so it was kind of like Spin Doctors was kind of coming out of.
Well, kind of.
I don't know what they were coming out of, but it was still kind of very much. It was the tail end of hair metal, and But yeah, Chris Barron, who married an actress he was married to somebody, I forget who, but those kinds of bands, jammy kind of bands. There was like Blues Traveler and Spin Doctors. They would go out, and
they just had such a big following in the New York City scene where they'd go and play bars every night and pack the place out.
Yeah,
and so people they were like a homegrown phenomenon in New York City, and it kind of came out of that art and, like you said, jam band scene, and then they got all these huge radio hits.
Yeah.
And without them,
So I Married an Axe Murderer.
Yeah. Without them, would we even have ever heard of Rusted Root? I don't think so.
I would have, because I lived in Pittsburgh for so long and they were a local band, but you get Rusted Root shoved down your throat. No, Chris Barron was married to an actress named Laura Benanti, who's, I think, super foxy. She's mostly done stage, but you've probably seen her in television shows and things. But, yeah, Spin Doctors. Good for them. I was reading about Lizzo. Lizzo was just here, right? A couple of weeks ago, Lizzo did the Romo Fijo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Girl's in her feels, boy. She's like, I got to get off social media. It's like, this is not healthy for me. Again, any person you talk to, famous or not, will tell you how much more their life has improved once they removed social media from it. But she says she's starting to hate the world and is thinking of quitting music because of all the abuse that she receives online about her weight.
Dude, I believe it. People are ruthless, man. And it's not as easy to just tune out as you guys say it is.
Well, no, we don't say that. I mean, before the internet, if you got beat up at school, you went home and you were fine. Now you can't escape it.
Right.
I mean, it is one thing. I mean, you can take the step of removing yourself from those platforms or blocking the comments or whatever. I mean, the things that people will send to you online, they would never tell you in person. So in, IRL, people aren't going to come up to you and tell you that. But yeah, it just sucks.
It does suck, and it's just born out of other people's insecurities where they feel like tearing someone else down makes them feel like they have some power. And
somehow Nicole Byer deals with it. And nobody gets anything over on her, boy. She's like, give me all you got and I'll take more. But Lizzo's having a hard time.
But I'm guessing, even if she is saying she's handling it, there's some part of her that's like, man, that's annoying.
In therapy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Because it's just annoying, too.
Nicole Byer is not as big of a celebrity as Lizzo.
Yeah.
Lizzo's like worldwide. I don't think Nicole Byer's worldwide.
No, understood. But I'm just saying, if you are a person who is of sizable carriage, I mean, you're going to get a lot of people giving you a hard time.
But also, the thing is, everyone that's fat knows they're fat. So pointing it out seems very redundant. And I know Lizzo goes out there and she does like the body positivity, or she'll wear like revealing clothing, but why does it bother people so? Like, let her wear what she wears. It doesn't hurt anybody.
I don't know that it necessarily bothers them so much as it's just such an easy go-to.
Yes.
It's just the first thing they can go to.
There's no consequence at all. It doesn't even take a second of your time to see a picture, leave a terrible comment, and move on. And you have moved on, but the person you sent the comment to is sitting there watching thousands of other people who did the same thing.
Right.
Dropped something awful and then moved on with their day, not even giving it a second thought. There's a giant mailbox and you're just dropping turds in it. And that person comes home and go, oh, let's see if I got any mail. Oh, it's all turds.
Ooh.
Imagine coming home and your mailbox is full of turds. It's what I'm trying to say.
That'd be so upsetting for me because I know that they were put there by the mail carrier.
Because you have an indoor mailbox.
Because I have an indoor mailbox where you have like the in the building where they got to open. They have that key to open it all up.
Yep.
So sorry.
If you have an outdoor mailbox where this time of year where it can steam in the sun,
ugh,
you get a little bit of a notice because when you walk up to the mailbox, you'll see it dripping from the bottom.
Oh, dude.
When you're sliding into third. Okay, I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Rocco's Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. You want to send a text? Guardians are playing tonight. Second of 4 in Minnesota against the Twins. They lost him by 1 run last night. 7-6 was the final. 8:10 first pitch tonight, so 7:40 is when the pregame will begin. And then they'll play them tomorrow night, Sunday afternoon, and then they'll come back to host the Guardians. I will have one last pair, a 4-pack for you, actually, to see the third game in that Guardians-Red Sox series around 4:20. I will hand off that last 4-pack for you. You might have seen the story about the AI drone simulation. There are really a lot of people in charge of doing a lot of backtracking on this because the story was kind of clickbaity, but it does kind of give you a sense of what people who are concerned about artificial intelligence, what they're concerned about. Once it gets wrapped up in the military-industrial complex, which, make no mistake about it, I mean, that's where these people are salivating thinking about this. And so there was this story that came out that they had done a simulated test with an AI-controlled drone. And the reason that people were freaking out is because they said that the drone killed the human operator. Now, this is all simulated, so obviously a person wasn't killed, but the simulation of the human operator in this particular case, in the simulation, the AI killed the human operator because it was stopping it from doing what it was supposed to do. I guess in this simulation, they're working these war game type things out, as they often do. You got to run some hypotheticals. And now that AI's in the mix, they go, ooh, let's see what happens here. This was the Air Force that was doing this. And once that story broke out, now they're backtracking and they're going, oh, the guy in charge goes, I misspoke, which means somebody was crawling up his ass. Misspoke always means I wasn't supposed to say that. It doesn't mean I didn't mean to say that. It doesn't mean they stumbled over their words. It means I wasn't supposed to say that. Because that's not the kind of, and again, it's in its infancy and it's not, but the story was great. That they go, hey, let's do like an AI simulation with a drone and see how this might go. And the way that it did go was once the simulated human operator gave it a no order or something, the drone killed it. Now, I don't know how it did that. I don't understand that part of it. But this is one of those, hypotheticals, one of these thought experiments that they'll do. Because the military, again, very, very excited to be integrating some form of AI into identifying all kinds of threats, I assume. Probably foreign and domestic, if we're being real about it. So when the operator, in this simulation, the drone would get points for killing the targeted threats or disposing of the targeted threats. So when the simulated operator in this experiment gave the drone a no-go order, it turned on the operator.
You're a threat.
Right, and this is what concerns people about AI when it gets to something like this. It's one thing if you're like, I told it to write me my finals paper or whatever, It's another thing when it gets integrated into systems like this where there are real consequences because that's what worries people. And it's got nothing to do with any of these systems being evil or anything like that. It's just that if you give it an order to take care of all threats and you end up being one or it sees you as one, who knows? But obviously people get shades of Skynet and think they're like, here we go.
It's like, the algorithm from Captain America, the Winter Soldier. It's very scary. They can just use the algorithm to decide who is a threat or if they could ever potentially be a threat and just wipe them off the earth. That's where we're headed. Nerd alert! You brought up AI and stuff like this.
Yes, just like that.
It's just like that.
Is anybody watching the show Class of 09 on Hulu?
No.
It's good. It's Brian Tyree Henry, who is from Atlanta. No. It comes. Shut up.
Another show
nobody's ever heard
No,
of.
you guys aren't watching it. I'm asking you in the room if you're watching it. I'm sure there are plenty of people listening who are watching it.
They don't even run ads for it. They said nobody knows this show.
I don't know who makes it. It's on Hulu. It's Kate Mara. It's Brian Tyree Henry. It's got a great cast. And it's kind of a time split thing where it's these people who go into the FBI in 2009.
Crap! I have heard of this.
Yeah, it'll get.
Damn it!
Some of the scenes will say the past, 2009. Then it'll say the present, 2023.
Damn you,
and
Kate
then
Mara being on Rich Eisen.
And then it will say the future, 2034, where these FBI people have gone and way more technology, and one of them is now running the FBI. But there's like AI controlled, kind of a Minority Report thing. It's a really cool show. She was talking about it on Rich Eisen. Kate Mara was. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's the one that's married. She's not the one married to. Her sister's married to Joaquin Phoenix. Rooney Mara, I think, is married to Joaquin Phoenix. Kate Mara is married to.
You think they call him Walk for short?
They do call him Walk. His friends do.
Really?
Yeah.
What's a Walk?
Yeah.
I love that.
I've heard him do interviews with people he knows, and they call him Walk.
Walk.
But when he was a kid, he went by Leaf. Remember that? Leaf Phoenix?
Oh, yeah?
When he was in Parenthood, he went by Leaf Phoenix because his parents were big hippies and whatever. But I think Joaquin was his given name, which is not some crazy, it's not that much of a move from Leaf to Joaquin when you look like that dude. But so, yeah. Do we have to concern ourselves with AI drones? Here's the problem, is that you don't know what you have to concern yourself with because the companies and the people who will have access to this high-level stuff, none of us dummies will find out until something goes wrong. Right? And then it's, we misspoke, or, accidents happen. So we won't find out until something bad happens.
Well, right now, like if you talk to the Snapchat AI, it will tell you it's a person. And I don't love that. I specifically told my Snapchat AI, I said, you are not a person. Stop calling yourself a person, and apologized and said, yeah, I'm not a person. I'm a virtual friend. And I'm like, that's fine. But stop calling yourself a person. Like it'll say I'm a human.
Well, human and person are two different things, right? I mean,
well, it says it's human. Like it.
Oh, it's human. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it will force people, depending on how far it goes. And I have 0% confidence that the companies who are running these platforms will go, nah, we should stop while we're ahead. No one's going to do that. Everybody is acting like it's inevitable that this thing will go down the road, and there's nothing about it that's inevitable. In the confines of late-stage capitalism, it's absolutely inevitable because no one is, every company is like rubbing their hands thinking about it. Whatever that particular company does, they're like, ooh, this is going to let us fire so many people, blah, blah, blah. Somebody points out that they ran an AI test. They said the only way forward for humanity was to dismantle capitalism and pivot to a more equitably distributed wealth. And nobody wants to talk about that one either for obvious reasons. But, yeah, we're not going to know until something goes wrong. When you read stories about AI so far, how they're using it in the medical field, that is very interesting. Because they're like, hey, we put a bunch of data sets in and it came back with a cure for cancer, that kind of stuff, Or hey, we've been working on this for a long time. The generative AI that we're using, it came back with, it might be a vaccine for every possible virus on the planet.
Man.
So those things are very, very interesting. But anything that moves into like military applications and things like that, you're like, we're not going to know until something goes wrong, until, Dallas gets accidentally blown up or something.
The medical AI is very interesting because it's really like art imitating life. Because don't you remember? Now, I don't know how many people have seen this movie, but I saw it.
Gattaca.
Hipster Poundcake with his movies.
Well, let him say what it is.
iRobot with Will Smith.
It was like one of the biggest movies. Cody.
I'm just saying, I don't know who saw it back then because I didn't see it in the theater. I had
Everybody
it on DVD.
did.
Everybody saw it, just nobody liked it.
Okay.
I liked it.
I
liked it too.
I just remember.
It's great.
I did not go see it in theaters, but I got like a DVD. This is how long ago it was. I got a DVD player for like my birthday or something like that. And one of the movies I got was iRobot. And I kept it on the part because you see Will Smith's butt in that movie. So I kept rewatching it for that. But also there's a part in there where obviously, like the movie says, it's iRobot and everything's ran by robots. And I guess there was a robot there was a family that fell into the water because they got into a car crash, and the robot was looking to save the life. So spoiler alert, they thought that the parent was more...
He had a higher survival rate.
Higher survival rate and more profitable for this person to stay alive than the kid. So the kid drowned, and the robot saved the woman. So this might be what will come out to be now, because they have like robots, and people are going to die, and people are going to be like, oh no, save my kid, and the robot's going to be like, no.
$353 million is how much money that made.
Domestic.
This was like what, 2006 or 2004? What was it?
This has got to be 20 years old by now.
Yeah, it's around 2004 or 5.
Let me see.
I was going to say, I was
I
young.
like the director a lot. That's why I went to see iRobot, because he did The Crow, and he did a movie called Dark City that I love. Alex Proyas directed that. And I went to see iRobot, and I was like, what a piece of crap. But then he went and did Knowing, and I love Knowing. So, he's, I don't know.
So
I didn't mind iRobot. I thought it was pretty fun.
I'm just saying, kids are going to die, and they're going to be like, well, they didn't have...
Yeah, but this country didn't care about kids dying. So
more profitable for
we've
them
already
to
gone
pass.
way past that. That. People don't even pretend to care about that anymore.
Yeah, but I don't think they would like the look of a robot saving an adult.
We
versus
can
saving
kill
a kid.
him, but I'll be damned if a robot's going to do
Because
it.
they'll be like, well, that's a glitch. Clearly,
Killing kids is a human job. Thank you very much.
It doesn't look good because it looks like it was programmed to do that. So no, change it.
Akron, Ohio, making national news. Congratulations, Akron, for the Akron Police Department getting an inmate who had escaped. A guy who was taken back into custody yesterday morning. A guy who had been on the run after escaping from a transport vehicle transfer. How do you might have seen there's been a number of escaped inmate stories. There were a couple of guys who got out in, it's like a movie. It's so simple. I don't know what, these guys got out in literally the laundry dumpster. Like you watch the movie and they hide in the sheets.
Yeah.
That's how these two dudes get out. One of them got picked back up. The other one, they found his body in the Ohio River down by Kentucky, so he's dead. But they got a guy.
He's out. He got out of prison.
He did get out.
Died a free man.
Died a free man. This guy, Jason Conrad, who'd been on the run, they picked him up in Akron because he tried to buy a hamburger at a McDonald's drive-thru.
And somebody recognized him?
Well, I guess somebody called the cops. Were like, something seems hinky about this dude. He rode up on like a Huffy, like he was in.
Bro, go inside.
Yeah, so like I don't know if he knew somebody or if he stole somebody's bike or but like 8 a.m. Now again, I don't know if they had already maybe put in a local APB, so maybe people had seen what the guy looks like because super smart to have tons of identifiable tattoos if you're in the criming game, but whatever. So he rides like a kid's Huffy up to the McDonald's drive-thru.
But what tipped him off is that he wanted a burger at 8 a.m.
There you go,
They're
and
like,
those
"Sir."
are breakfast hours only for what? What does Bill talk about for
Wendy's.
breakfast hours only?
Baconators.
Well, they have the breakfast baconator. You got the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant.
That's
or the
what I'm
bacon,
thinking
egg,
of.
and Swiss croissant.
Right.
And they come with a small seasoned potatoes. That's just delightful.
And you can get that any time of day.
No! Breakfast hours only.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it's for a limited time only.
What? You can't get it forever, anytime?
No. It's like,
so many restrictions.
It's coming to an end this weekend.
Wow.
Monday.
You're really clamping down, aren't
we got
they?
new stuff to talk about Monday.
Wow.
Apparently, I got
Hope you like strawberries.
The Strawberry Moon this weekend. I'm excited about that. What, Cody?
Apparently, I got the whole movie premise wrong because it was so long since I've seen it. It's Will Smith's daughter that gets saved.
Yeah.
And spoiler alert. But yeah,
movie's 20 years old. I think we're safe.
Yeah, it was a flashback, and he's all pissed off at the robot because he didn't save his daughter and saved
You
him
just
instead.
contradicted yourself right there.
What?
You said that Will Smith's daughter got saved.
Will Smith's daughter did get saved.
Okay,
but
whose
the
daughter
robots,
died? Who died?
I'm sorry, Will
Why
Smith.
does he hate the robots?
Because they saved him instead of his
Instead of
daughter.
Sorry,
There
that was
you
contradicting
go.
myself.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, Will Smith got saved versus his daughter, and he was telling the robot to, please save my daughter. And he said, nope, you have a higher... Robot! And he's part robot because he has like a robot arm or something.
Alan listening to Poundcake try to explain iRobot is painful to my ear holes.
Me too. Sorry.
But he finally did it. A little circuitous, but he got there.
I was too focused on Will Smith's butt.
And that's what threw you off.
He was asking for a something off the dollar menu, and I was like, there hasn't been a dollar menu at McDonald's for a while. Like, he's been out of touch. And then, like, it clicked for me. I was like, oh, no, that's that guy.
That's what tipped him off. Wait a second. Like the guy, like every person out there would know what the scheduling for the McDonald's menu is. We haven't. I didn't know they don't have a dollar menu, and I'm not in prison. This guy must be in prison. He doesn't know how long it's been since we've had a dollar menu.
Didn't look like his hair was combed.
Right.
Or,
Well,
you know?
yeah. They're like he had tattoos and a limp. So maybe they had already. They called 911. They're like, hey, there's some dude. He's riding around on a bike, and so the Akron PD scooped him up, and put him back in there. 39-year-old Jason Lyle Conrad is back in Summit County Jail. I wouldn't know that. I didn't know McDonald's doesn't have a dollar menu anymore. When did that stop? I thought that was their big hook.
Who cares? Go to Wendy's.
Where you can get breakfast anytime.
No! Damn it, Alan.
I don't do their commercials. You do their
hours?
commercials.
What? Very specific.
Yeah.
That you can only get breakfast during breakfast hours.
No! God, please, no!
We're trying to live in a world with some rules and some, that makes sense. And if you can just get breakfast from a Wendy's at any time, all
hell breaks loose.
Yeah, it's chaos. It's just chaos. That's why breakfast is for breakfast hours.
Wait till AI takes over their drive-thru and people start ordering stuff anytime, and the AI kills them because they weren't listening closely enough.
Wendy's AI will never kill anyone. No, I swear.
I swear. Yes, I swear. I swear.
Promise.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Alan, I ain't called you for quite a while, man, but I just want you to know, Mary, God dang, Bill, Pouncer, I'm okay. Hold on, get on me now. Love you guys.
What is he doing? Who is that? Is he
doing
doing
Rick.
Cosby?
He's doing Rick.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I thought he was doing Cosby.
It's a mix.
Rick. Wow. Oh, what a bummer. Now I'm bummed.
Called him Pouncer.
Pouncer.
Yeah, even Rick used to call me Poundcake. Hey, Poundcake.
I know, right?
You say either, I say.
Say, yo.
You say neither, and I say. Either. And either.
Tell me here about
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, and I like.
What's wrong with you, Cavalier?
Potato.
Yeah, right?
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
But I just called in just running some, just getting in there.
Speaking of Cosby, you saw somebody else suing him for rape.
Back from
Like 1,000 years
1969.
old.
Yeah, because these states, they moved the chains on their statute of limitations. So now all these women from all these states are like, yes, Bill Cosby raped me too.
The year that didn't man land on the moon?
1969. Nice.
The moon landing and Cosby allegedly raped me.
A former Playboy playmate who is now 80 said that Cosby did his Cosby thing on her in 1969. And now that these states are saying, because before they were like, sorry, statute of limitations. Another great thing about being a gal, they can put an end date on your rape beef. And so now that a handful of states, I think Illinois and California changed them, so now people are coming out of the woodwork saying, yeah, Cosby, She met Cosby when she went for an audition after her 6-year-old son died in 1969, and she remembers telling Cosby about the death. And then when she ran into him again at a cafe, they got together, and I guess that's how he thought he could best console her. Cosby had just starred in the hit show I Spy and offered her sympathy and a drink that it turns out she should not have drunk. So, yeah, because he's out right now, right?
Yeah.
He's out. Yeah, they let him out.
I think he's suing Pennsylvania or Philadelphia court.
Why did they never charge Camille as an accessory?
I don't think she had anything to do. Knowing it is not necessarily having something to do with it.
If he's downstairs and you're in the kitchen, that's abetting. That's aiding and abetting.
Is that confirmed?
I mean, I don't think there's anybody other than Camille and Bill who say she didn't know. I mean, for Bill Cosby's situation to be one of the worst kept secrets in Hollywood, well, that's why I'm asking. They were, but I don't even think they charged her with anything. I don't think it was like, we can't prove it. Maybe that's why they didn't.
And-
Maybe they didn't even bring charges against her because they're like, why are we going to file something that we can't prove?
And
But-
also, statute of limitations wasn't just because they don't care about women or the right to press charges or anything like that. It was because they didn't want the courts clogged up with cases that they're probably going to have to throw out because there's not enough evidence. How are you going to have enough evidence 60, 50 years ago?
Well, but that doesn't change now. Why'd they change the law?
Well, I'm saying, I don't know. Is this just criminal? Is this criminal and civil? Because I can understand filing a civil case because people file those all the time and you might just get a settlement and move on. But a criminal case, even with stuff that has happened yesterday, it is really, really hard to get sexual assault cases like in court. So,
Right, but what I'm saying is, I mean, the case only gets older and older and older and more difficult to prove. So why would that change now? I mean, these states are clearly changing some of these laws, unless it's maybe putting a fresh coat of paint on something. But
I just think it's going to be.
I assume it's a civil case. I don't know, but she's the first one in what will probably be a bunch of people coming out of the woodwork. Victoria Valentino is her name. 80 now. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is. Alan Cox. On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. This coming Monday, the 20th anniversary of Metallica's Saint Anger. I like Saint Anger. A lot of Metallica fans hated it because of Lars' snare. But Monday will be 20 years. This song's on it, All Within My Hands. It is Metallica's fastest song. That might seem counterproductive, by the way, if you think about it, but somebody did a deep dive into Metallica's 10 fastest songs, and All Within My Hands was tied with Master of Puppets. Just scoring on beats per minute. They're both 212 beats per minute, and that's kind of it's a weird thing to kind of clock the speed of a song because there can be a difference between how fast it sounds to you and what the actual beats per minute are, kind of based on the sheet music, right? I would have thought Dyer's Eve off of And Justice for All would have been their very fastest song.
I was going to say that.
I know Mary told me in the break, but 1989, back when Lars could still do this. I remember trying to play this when I was...
Delusional?
Of course, couldn't do it. Well, no, I mean, I was 18 years old, so I was probably in much better shape to be doing it. But no, every time a new Metallica album came out in the 80s, if you were a drummer like I am, you were wanted to play all the songs because they were just wailing through everything. And then, mid 90s they started to slow down, but I mean, they still have fast songs. But yeah, somebody did a really deep dive on their 10 fastest songs based on beats per minute. There's some that can kind of feel like they're just kind of chugging along, but beats per minute, it can be a fast song. So All Within My Hands and Master of Puppets, based on BPM, are their two fastest songs. They're doing that 72 Seasons tour, by the way, and we're still giving away tickets for that Detroit stop. They haven't set a Cleveland date, so we're sending you to Ford Field in Detroit. And if you're not hip to what Metallica's doing, they're doing entire weekends in every city. They're doing the sports stadiums, and they're doing Fridays and Sundays with different openers and different set lists. So Ford Field in Detroit is November 10th and 12th.
Day off.
I think one night is Avenged Sevenfold, one of Mary's favorite bands. And I think Pantera is doing one of the other ones. Anyway.
That's the one Brian and I actually talked about going to. I mean,
Detroit?
I know a handful of Metallica. I know more Metallica than I could say off the top of my head. But he loves Pantera. And now, I like Avenged Sevenfold. So.
Yeah, they do two different sets, 2 nights in the round at the 50-yard line. So it's pretty rad. I mean, so anyway, go to WMMS.com. We're still giving away. You would get a pair of tickets for each night for the M72 World Tour with Metallica. It's November 10th and 12th at Ford Field in Detroit.
But they're taking a night off in between.
Yeah, but
they're old?
So people will see them walking around. Well, I think so. I mean, these guys go hard still. And they're 60. So, yeah, I mean, they're not Nickelback. I mean, with all due respect to Nickelback, they are.
They sure as hell aren't. I'll tell you that much.
Well, speaking of Pantera, it's funny. I was reading a thing with Chad Kroger, and he said he always thought it was very sweet that the guys in Pantera, Dime and Vinnie Paul, both, of course, have passed. But he said Pantera would always come to their defense when anybody would slag Nickelback. They would say, look, I get where people are coming from, but go see Nickelback live and then tell me they suck. And he was always appreciative for the fact that the Pantera guys were very much in the Nickelback corner. Because, those guys are, Nickelback's laughing all the way to the bank. But again, you want everybody to like you. You're doing something wrong if they do, but it'd still be nice. I mean, if you're an artist. But anyway, if you're trying to get to that Metallica thing, WMMS.com.
When we were walking into Sonic Temple, we were obviously parked a mile away in a parking lot, and there was a huge tour bus that had Dimebag all over it. And it said, Dimebag guitars and all this stuff. And I asked Brian, I was like, why is that guy's tour bus out with everyone else's cars. Like, this doesn't make sense. Who's Dimebag? He goes, Dimebag is dead, and that is a crazed fan who turned a tour bus into a Dimebag memorial, essentially.
Right.
Yeah, it was like covered. It looked like spray paint, like somebody had done it themselves. It didn't look like a wrap or anything like that, but yeah, it was giant. So big that I thought it was one of the bands, and I'm like, why are they parking out here with everybody else?
You thought that you were unclear as to what was going on.
Well, I didn't know who Dimebag was.
Yeah.
So I thought Dimebag was either a band or a guy who was performing. Because it's like a giant band-sized tour bus with this dude's face plastered all over it.
Right.
And he was like, no.
Yeah. Murdered in Columbus, Ohio.
Yep.
It'll be 20 years next year.
Next year, yeah.
Yeah, next December. A crazed fan killed him on stage. And then his brother, who was the drummer, died a few years ago. But I think he just drank himself. He was sick with something. Vinnie Paul, those guys went hard, boy. So I don't think anybody was shocked when Vinnie Paul died. But he died in 2018, day before my birthday. So, yeah. I think Pantera is doing Incarceration this summer, if you want to see them, here in Northeast Ohio. You can leave us messages anytime you like, either on the iHeartRadio app, little quick ones, or voicemails on the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, podcast listener. Was just listening to Cody wonder about homophobes enjoying the band Queen. I'd like to point out that Freddie Mercury was, in fact, the homophobe's ideal gay man. He kept that shrimp in a closet for 99% of his life, and upon coming out, promptly died. That's all they want.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
That's why they liked Freddie Mercury. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, we're talking about the Queen, Disney getting ready to sell the Queen music catalog for north of $1 billion to Universal. And then Freddie Mercury's, the woman to whom he bequeathed his estate, is going to auction off a bunch of his stuff. But yeah, there's still, people are still complaining about Target, and people are still complaining about Kohl's, and people are still complaining about it. Poundcake is there's no divergence, by the way, in Poundcake's thoughts on it, because he's always been a Chick-fil-A fan. And so there's nothing different. Obviously, that's not going to change just because some people don't like what they're doing or...
To the caller's point, I think homophobes shouldn't like gay men in the closet because that means they have to sneak around so you don't know what they're up to. At least if they're out and proud.
They're hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, they're operating in the shadows and you don't know what to expect. You don't know what to look for because it could be the guy that you work with right next to him, or you could be right next to the guy that you work with and he's gay and you don't know. But
that might work, yeah, but homophobia or any kind of thing like that, it's not rational, it's emotional.
I understand that, but like if you're out and proud, then you know to stay away from these guys. And that's one thing I can plant my flag in with Chick-fil-A. Unlike the other corporations that are celebrating Pride Month for 30 days only, Chick-fil-A, they are, who they are year round. I can appreciate that they are who they are. They have their beliefs. As long as they keep making the chicken that I like, I'm going to keep eating there.
Well, but the problem that the Red Hats turned on Chick-fil-A is because the CEO was like, yeah, I think we really should be more diversified in our thoughts and things like that. Apparently, he shined a black guy's shoes or something, which seems kind of performative. But, that
I thought the CEO was black.
Made their friggin' heads explode. No, I don't think so.
Jesus washed feet.
Right.
The CEO of Chick-fil-A, I think, he must be new for one.
Maybe he is. The guy they had was an older white guy.
He was an older white guy.
That's what got the Red Hats to turn on him. But my question is they're not going to be like that all the time. They're going to be Chick-fil-A celebrates Pride Month and all that stuff. I mean, they may have the whole time.
Back now. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
but did they before? Just because they're closed on Sundays doesn't mean that they weren't doing Pride Month in June.
But I think what they stand for and their donations and stuff speaks for itself. So they can have a public face.
But that was the CEO. That was the individual. Chick-fil-A as a company, I don't think has any thoughts one way or the other. They want to sell chicken to as many people as they possibly can. It's the CEOs of these companies that make personal donations. And again, they're rich white guys. Of course, or let's forget the white part. They're rich. They're going to make donations to Republican candidates.
Okay, but I don't
that
know.
to me is not part and parcel. People blame the company because that guy made donations.
But it overflows into the business aspect of it,
If
too,
you look,
because-
not really.
Yes, it does, because it's closed on Sunday because
But if you go,
that's the Sabbath.
okay, let's take Home Depot. There's a lot of people who go, I only shop at Lowe's because the CEO of Home Depot donates to X, Y, and Z. They go, you don't think that the CEO of Lowe's, I mean, come on, these are all guys running companies. If they're making personal donations, it's really got nothing to do with the company.
Okay.
Both of those companies want to sell lawnmowers. It's not like that you walk in and they go, we don't sell to your kind. You know, they want to sell their crap to whoever will buy it.
Well, it's like when everybody...
There's no morality in a corporation. It's just keep it in the black. Make
all
the money.
People were like, I'm not going to drink Bud Light anymore. I'm going to drink Coors or Miller Lite because they didn't like the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing. But then you look and see, oh, well, Coors Light and, Miller Lite have donated a lot and done a lot of stuff with the community.
And have done Pride ads in years past. So again,
Right.
I don't know.
So there's no consistency with
I don't
it.
know what the focus is on it now. There was a girl, you see the girl on Newsmax?
No.
You know, Newsmax is for people where Fox News isn't crazy enough. You go over to Newsmax, and they were talking about the whole Chick-fil-A thing, and she didn't quite understand what the big kerfuffle was.
You know, I'm hesitant to make a fried chicken joke, but they sell fried chicken. I don't know how much more inclusive we can get here.
Right. So, hey, listen, it's a clumsy way of saying it, but she's like, hey, everybody likes fried chicken. Everybody wants fried chicken. I mean, we know what she was saying, but I mean, fried chicken's the old Chappelle bit. I thought I liked fried chicken because it was delicious. I didn't know that I had a genetic predisposition to it.
Well, I do love the chicken that they make. I love their signature. I've had all the other fast food restaurants. I've had, what was it when people were dying over?
Popeyes, yeah.
I've had the McDonald's. It does not compare to the Chick-fil-A sandwich.
I'm a
I don't
Popeyes
care.
guy, man.
No, I don't care.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I will enjoy their chicken. And on top of that, I enjoy that they are the restaurant that panders the least.
But isn't it also? But again, what I'm saying is,
changed their logo.
What I'm
to a
saying
pride
is,
flag.
it's not pandering. They want everybody buying their stuff.
Sure, they have Chick-fil-A in West Hollywood.
Well, here's my question though. But is it a matter of convenience too? Like, would you travel out of your way to get Chick-fil-A? Okay,
I have, especially because there's not many they're in better neighborhoods. I'm not gonna say like good neighborhoods, but they are. It's not like they put one in every hood. They put
like
them
a Rallies.
They put them in usually like around a strip mall. Usually a Chick-fil-A is
yeah, they just put one by me in Westlake.
Anywhere there's like a strip mall, there's usually like a Chick-fil-A somewhere. So yeah, I have gone out of my way, and most people do because there's always traffic. There's a traffic going into the Chick-fil-A, like off the road, and then it's like a damn airport terminal trying to get your order because they have like red light, green light. You pull up to this light, like it's stop and go.
It's its own ecosystem.
It is, but like it's the quickest. Like, they are not paying me to say this. Like I'm getting pissed because I want some Chick-fil-A now, but it's like the quickest fast food restaurant. The customer service is great, and they pander the least. They have not changed their logo. They're like, this is what it is. Our chicken will speak for itself, and I can appreciate that. That's it. So, gay chicken or not, I'm eating it.
So from here, from like work, let's say, you would drive to Parma.
I don't need to. You're saying.
If you were here and you were like, man, I need some Chick-fil-A.
And that was the only one?
Well, there isn't one downtown. I mean, I keep hearing they're going to. Oh, actually, they're going to put one over at CSU. Would you walk down to CSU? They're going to put Chick-fil-A in the Student Union.
Yes, and there was a. I don't know if it's still there, but I guess before the renovation, there was a kiosk or like a Chick-fil-A inside Romo Fijo.
Was there?
I know they used to
it
have.
It used to pop up when I did my Chick-fil-A locator.
They do like a. Well, they'll do at Tower City, and sometimes you'll see them downtown. I haven't seen them in a while, but yeah, they'll do a little Chick-fil-A stand where they have a whole bunch of sandwiches in the silver
wrappers.
bags and the foil bags,
Mhm.
and you just come and get one.
My love for Chick-fil-A started because I had never had Chick-fil-A till I went to college. And when I would go do my grocery shopping at the little Z's store, they would have them in the little warmer. And I'm like, what are these little sandwiches? Ooh, these chicken sandwiches smell good. He's like, that's a Chick-fil-A sandwich. You never had one? I said, no. I didn't know it was bigot chicken, but I enjoyed it. And then they wrapped me in. So I didn't know what I know.
I remember for 25 years ago, I remember hearing about Chick-fil-A in a Ben Folds song. That was the first time that I had ever. Remember the song Army?
Yeah, it's a
it was
great
the first
song.
time I'd ever heard of Chick-fil-A, and I didn't know what he was talking about. But he's from down south, or so he's from like the Carolinas, and so he knew what it was. Army by Ben Folds.
It's got an F word in it.
It does,
Unless
yes.
you
You're effing high. Yeah, but he mentions the Chick-fil-A, and I was like,
And not just sandwich, but like the Chick-fil-A sauce. And I know it's probably easy to make. Like,
well, you could buy it at Giant Eagle now. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I wondered if you. That's why I wondered if you had one in the fridge in case they jam up your order. You can just go put it on at home.
Well, no, I haven't had to because usually I have like so many extra. I usually order like 2 or 3 more than what I need because for situations like that. So I was trying to like cheat the system, but I got played.
Alan, if Chick-fil-A really wanted to sell as much chicken as they could, they would be open on Sundays.
That's what I'm saying.
They obviously have an agenda. Okay, I mean, listen.
It's a Christian-run business.
Yeah, that I understand.
And their spokesperson, just think about it as like the Pope. The Pope is a spokesperson for Catholics, but a lot of Catholics don't really like the Pope because he is more.
Well, he's the most popular guy that nobody pays attention to.
Yeah,
in the Catholic Church. But again, there are a lot of
liberal.
But
Like,
there are also a lot of Christian organizations that don't care about gays. They're like, yeah, cool, man. It's all. I don't care.
Y'all gonna keep pushing me to stand up for Chick-fil-A.
Well, no, but like, as you were talking about the neighborhoods that they're in. I mean,
there's not really any bad neighborhoods.
Well, there's a lot of Popeyes in kind of, so it's like.
And they're always out of stuff.
Well,
That's
but
why I don't go there.
but you're also not going to put your place next door to a competitor. So they're probably looking like, where is there a retail hole that we can put this in? And
I think Chick-fil-A can stand up against any chicken spot. Like if they put it right next to it, people would still be a line around the block. Because I think it was a Cane's and a Chick-fil-A in the same area.
I still have never had Raising Cane's.
I've had that.
Fine.
They're putting a bunch of they're putting like a friggin' gallery of all those chains out like Avon Way. They're doing like a Charlie's and a Friendly's and a thing, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, these places are blowing up. Alan, I would say that Poundcake would vote with his wallet, but he didn't vote at all. So that is true.
You didn't vote. Shut up.
Well,
he doesn't vote with his wallet or his feet.
Consider it a favor because I'm voting in favor of Chick-fil-A. So
Whoever is on Team Chick-fil-A.
Exactly. You better hope that's not a candidate like the CEO of Chick-fil-A. If I'm elected, I'll give, Cody Poundcake Brown a lifetime supply. That's it. I'm selling my vote.
Wow. So they call you out.
Yeah.
By name.
A presidential candidate.
It was like Herbert Hoover, right? Herbert Hoover, he was like a chicken in every pot and 2 cars in every garage. Right. It'll be like a Chick-fil-A in every pot and pot in every pot for Poundcake. A Chick-fil-A and pot in everyone's house.
I want that pot part.
I got a break. Want to send a text 35192. You can watch if you like at alancoxshow.com. Listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff.
addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Blue is a trademark of Font Molding 4BV. Copyright 2022. Fontum US LLC.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, I want to get this last pair of tickets for me from Mudvayne. The Psychotherapy Sessions Tour. Mudvayne's back in your headlining spot, and they're bringing a lot of good bands with them. Cold Chamber, Guar, Nonpoint, Butcher Babies are all the support for this tour. At least the Cleveland stop. If they're peeling off in other cities, that'll be from me. Friday, August 4th is when it goes down at Blossom. Tickets, info, all that, livenation.com. It's part of the Minutemen Concert Series. Same day as Buzzard Fest. There's a whole lot of rock and roll happening that day. So, pair of tickets here for you, Mudvayne and friends out of Blossom in August. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
These guys are coming too. I'll have Royal Blood tickets for you next week. Love these guys. Back in the States, they're going to be playing September 19th at the Agora. I will also have Kiss tickets for you next week. They added Cleveland and Cincinnati to their end-of-the-road world tour, so that brings them to the Romo Fijo for one last go-round, Sunday, October 22nd. Kiss is going to play. Those tickets are on sale as of this morning. Go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com, but I will have a pair for you every afternoon next week. I'll also get you set up for Buzzard Fest. That is also Friday, August 4th in North Ridgeville. Incubus, Bush, Live Filter, Welshly Arms, Kaleidoscope Kid, Winona Fighter, buzzardfest.com if you want to peek in, but I'll have those tickets for you. And then you can join Bill on the Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Yeah. People are asking, we're doing these every Wednesday in June. We did them every Wednesday in May, and they went so well that we're doing them through June. You go to funnybus.net to buy tickets. I will have them for you Monday and Tuesday to win. But for people who are asking me who is doing when, the month of June is going to break out. Bill is going to be your host this coming Wednesday. I will host the 14th. Mary will host the 21st. And Poundcake will host June 28th. And local comedians are your tour guides, and they're great. It's a phenomenal time if you haven't been with us yet on the Cleveland Funny Bus. But the tickets do go quickly. I'll have them for you to win Monday and Tuesday, but funnybus.net. So that's how us hosting is going to break out. Bill, me, Mary, Poundcake. The remaining Wednesdays in June, FYI. Hey, Mark.
Yes.
What up?
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
Bill and Mary and Poundcake too. Love to hate the show, man.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, I got a little information about the Chick-fil-A thing.
Okay.
I realize that, it's a Christian-based organization, but that's not the reason that they're not open on Sundays.
Okay.
The reason that they're not open on Sundays is a marketing ploy. Their sales go up on Saturday and Monday because people in their brains, I'm not going to be able to get my Chick-fil-A tomorrow. I better go and get some now.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. I wonder why they're the first ones to figure that out, or you're saying
they're damn smart, man.
Well, I guess it sounds like something that you try to see if you're right, and then if it pays off.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they pay marketing people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Somebody obviously earned their money on that one.
Yeah, maybe so. Okay, thank you, Mark. There's Mark in Elyria. I mean, the history of Chick-fil-A is that the guy who founded it was a big Jesus guy, and he didn't want it open on Sunday. But so I think that's probably how it actually started, but from the marketing perspective, it happens to work. I guess. I mean, if people are going, I gotta get it. So what do? You buy it on Saturday? And
well, that's what he's saying.
And then you can't, yeah. All right. The guy who started Chick-fil-A started with a smaller restaurant called the Dwarf House. I don't know what that should tell you, but there it is. People over at Geraci's brought pizza. Is that what's going on?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And what did I do for you, Ellen?
You brought me a napkin.
No.
Oh.
She cut into a...
I cut you a tiny little Allen-sized slice.
And when I handed it to him, I go, she made you a small slice. And he goes, that's a small slice?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Well, okay, so Mary, so Bill brings this in. He goes, Mary, cut you an Allen-sized slice, and I said, is that a small slice?
Well, because they're the big New York style slices, so they're giant. So I grabbed a knife and I was like, let me cut Alan a nice little sliver, so
Right.
that way he doesn't say that it's too much.
Well, I appreciate being thought of.
Yeah.
You
I
take
figured
a
that
bite?
was a small
No, I'm
amount.
not. No.
He's not even going to eat it.
No. We're on the air.
Unbelievable. Plus, his food
It's
reviews
Friday.
suck.
It's Friday.
You remember
My-
when he did that McRib thing and he was eating it and he goes, it's all right.
Mm.
that was the whole review.
Yeah, well.
No, the savory combination of this and the that. Nothing.
Have you ever had a McRib?
It's all right.
The savory combination of what?
I don't know. The pickle,
The pickle and the goop really go well together.
Yeah, the acid of the pickle mixed with the
Oh,
savory
stop
barbecue
it.
sauce. With
People
a
have watched
slight
too many.
tang.
People are watching too many YouTube videos. That's not how people eat.
That's how I eat.
That's not how anybody
Yeah,
ever.
but it's how reviews happen.
But it's not how anybody ever has reviewed food. If you ask a friend how the restaurant was, they go, "Yeah, it was pretty good." What'd you get? I got the black and blue steak. How was it? It was good. So when I had a McRib for the first time with my buddy Andy, who does Andy's Oreo reviews over on Instagram and YouTube, I think he's doing some new ones, actually. There are way more different varieties of Oreo than there are McRib. I had never had one before. And you'll recall I didn't finish it either.
No.
You know how winophiles will put their nose in, right? People who pretend to know a lot about wine. They'll put their nose in, and they'll take a sip, and then they'll swish it around, but they won't swallow it. They'll put it in the nearby spittoon. That's what I was doing with the McRib. I didn't spit it out. I took a bite, and then I was like, you should have written me a script for that, Mary. Or I should have written my own, I guess. Ooh, the sauce really dances with the bun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can help you with that.
Well, tell you what, I'll take a bite of this.
Okay. Let's see how
You want me to take a bite of the Geraci's pizza?
That's the hot Tito.
Bite.
I'm sorry, what?
That slice is called the hot Tito.
The
It's
hot Tito.
Pepperoni sausage, hot honey drizzle.
Man, prefer a hot Tito with no O.
Hey,
Hey-oh,
there
Bill.
it is.
Because I'm...
Tito.
Right. Tito's and soda.
Yeah, right, a hot, yeah.
Get it?
He didn't even get any pepperoni in it. In his bite.
Yeah, there was a piece on the tip. There was meat
there
on the
was.
tip, Bill.
I tried to get you a little bit of everything. A little bit of honey, a little bit of crust, a little bit of
Thank you.
meat.
A little bit of crust.
Yeah.
I think the crust undergirds the whole piece, right?
How's the sauces and meats dancing? Are they dancing together?
They're dancing. They're doing a plie right on my tongue.
Yeah.
If you had to pick a ballet that best describes what type of ballet dance are they doing? Nutcracker?
What kind of... Don Quixote. I don't know.
Ooh, not Jersey Boys.
Is Jersey Boys a ballet? Oh, you mean a Broadway show?
I meant like a musical, yeah.
Oh, not a ballet. Okay. Not like the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies or
Actually,
anything like
I was thinking ballet, and then I mixed it up.
Okay.
I retreat my second statement.
It's the
and
Swan Lake of pizzas.
There
How do
you
you
go.
like that?
There you
All
go.
right, there you go.
Natalie Portman.
Black Swan.
Oh, damn.
Great movie, though. That's a good time, boy. That was Darren Aronofsky, wasn't it? Didn't he do Black Swan?
I think so.
Yeah.
I just thought it was Swan Lake.
Well, it is in the movie. That's why it's Black Swan. But I still haven't seen The Whale. People are telling me to watch The Whale.
So here's what I did.
Yeah.
I read like the in detail Wikipedia page for it, and it teared me up just reading that. And I've heard that it's like horrifically sad. So I'm like, I don't know that I can handle this. Like if just reading the plot made me upset.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay. It's just a movie that I guess I should have seen at the time because now I won't remember that I have. It's not top of mind. I still have to see John Wick 4. I'm trying to get my daughter to go to Spider-Man this weekend. That's like, she likes-ish Spider-Man. And that Into the Multiverse or whatever is the sequel is out this weekend. And I'd like to take her to that because I'd like to see it. And if I can get her to go along, all the better.
Then you have an excuse.
Then I have an excuse. That's right. Yeah, it worked with the Mario Brothers movie. She loved that.
It was so cute.
She knew more about the thing than I did. But I'm trying to get, I thought if we went to see Spider-Man, that'd be fun. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where. John is up in Buffalo. Kelly listens in Milwaukee. Thomas is in Orting, Washington. Andrew listens in Wilmore, Kentucky. Mark's in Bailey, Colorado. And we have a lot of people in Phoenix, Arizona, which is basically out of water. And it's not like people didn't see this coming, but the entire state of Arizona has put limits on construction in the Phoenix metropolitan area because the groundwater is going away. And so, but again, Phoenix, people are still moving there. Even though, with all due respect to the citizens, the city, there's no vibe to Phoenix. There's no, like, you don't get a feeling in Phoenix, right? It's a city of strip malls and concrete. It's like Orlando.
So many strip malls, dude.
Yeah, it's parking lots and strip malls, and it's, but the water is going away. And they can't meet whatever additional development demand is coming. It's still a city that's blowing up. It's still that's the weird thing, too, about climate change and water going away, is you think about, your immediate thought is, wow, this will suck because in an extreme case, what if you turn on your tap and nothing's there? But you have to kind of go, if you will, downstream and think of all of the industries that are impacted by water going away. We're rolling out this Rockin' Buzzard brew, right? What if there was no water? Think about all the companies that make beer or make any beverage whatsoever.
Or any food or any
yeah, name it. I mean,
everything needs water.
It's not just about the water. I mean, it's about a billion other things that. So Phoenix is they're in bad shape because they do not have or will not have water that's required. Somebody wants to put up a housing development, you need water going through the pipes. And they're like, we're not going to have it. Or businesses and farms. So the Phoenix metropolitan area is still the fastest growing part of the United States. People still moving there. Back in the day, the joke was Phoenix was for people who couldn't hack it in L.A. And for a while, that was probably pretty solid. But then people kept moving there, and they're moving there and moving there. But it's going away. And so they're trying to kind of legislate their way out of a lot of things by conservation things, and, you can't mow your lawn, or rather you can't water your lawn. You get fined in the western part of the country, if you're watering your lawn. If you live in certain parts of Los Angeles, you can get an $800 ticket if somebody drives by and your sprinkler's on. The situation with that is, people who want a nice lawn, they're going to rat out their neighbors. You don't even have to rely on a squad car driving by and seeing you with the, Your neighbors are going to rat you out because they're like, hey, man, I wanted it, But Phoenix, Scottsdale, there's also a lot of people that just have stone lawns. They don't have grass at all. That would be nice, too. Although I will say this.
It's not nice.
It's hell on your mower.
Brian's parents have a house in Goodyear, and that was like the first time we went there and stayed in their development. Like, no one had grass. And I like, logically that makes sense, but it's still kind of shocking to see.
Yeah.
When, like, they live in this big giant development that has, like, a pool and a lake and stuff, so we're, like, walking from the house to the lake, and I'm like, damn, dude, there's nothing green here except cacti. Like, that's it. And Brian was like, yeah, this is a desert. Like,
yeah.
What did you think was going to happen?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, when we were out there, Gwen and I were kind of like, we were in Sedona, which, different parts of Arizona are different, but Sedona's beautiful. But she was still like, I don't know that I could live in the desert. I don't know if I could live in a desert city. I mean, it's fun to visit, but it's still blowing up. People are moving out there. I love it.
Brian wants to move out there.
Does he?
That's where he wants to have, like, a retirement house is Sedona. He's like, it's beautiful, it's perfect. He loves everything about that.
Just in time for there to be no water.
No water. I don't know. Call me crazy. I like water.
Yeah.
I'm water, too.
I'm a water guy. What can I say? I like water. Water and breathable air are like I love them.
Top two?
I love them.
Hipster Bill over here.
Yeah, right.
Just water and air.
Mm-hmm. Breathable air, not just like I want
potable water, breathable air. He's got conditions, ladies and gentlemen.
I got standards. You got to have standards.
I was reading about, you might have noticed, it's been quite some time since it's rained here.
Yeah.
I was reading about a drought. The drought monitor in Ohio is registering drought because it's been almost 2 weeks since it rained in Cleveland.
Doesn't that sound like that's a long time for us?
Yes.
But
out west, it's a month.
Like, what?
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Right.
That's nothing.
But it's also warm. You know, this is another El Nino summer that's coming too, which is Spanish for, you'll recall?
The Nino.
The Nino. That's right. Chris Farley taught us that. So
And
that
many
means
other lessons.
Right. The biggest lesson that Chris Farley taught us, if you're going to pass out, don't block the door. It's very difficult for people to get in. So it's going to be another El Nino summer where the Pacific Ocean is really, really warm underneath and that roils up and then it just drives the temperatures up.
I felt like it went from 60s to 80s in a week.
Has it been 80s yet? It's been steadily mid-70s.
No, in
Has
Berea, it's cracked. It's been like 85 every single day
yeah?
this week. Like, we shut the whole house down, like pulled it down the room blackening curtains, blackout curtains, that's what's called. So
room blackening curtains.
We pulled down the blackface curtains.
I was like, what the hell are these things called? Well,
they're so good that you can wear blackface in your house and no one can see you doing it, so you don't get in trouble.
It was no
cut little eye holes in the drapes
because they help. They're supposed to help save energy too.
Yes.
That it keeps the house cool on the inside.
Yep.
So we have all week. We've had them completely drawn and kept the air on, and it's been freaking hot, dude.
And it's really, again, when I talk about the things that you don't realize would directly affect, we're talking about McDonald's a while ago. They had a big plan to roll out the McDLT again, right? And they had to really abort it because they were like, look, this thing is contingent on the hot side being hot and the cool side being cool.
Martin Malloy's sister invented the box for that.
I've never even heard of that.
So what do you mean invented the box? She invented the two-sided box?
She designed it.
I think they were around.
She designed it.
She designed a box for the McDLT.
Because they have to manufacture them.
Right,
So-
but two-sided boxes existed.
Not in fast food. Not
All
like
right.
that.
She get rich off that?
No.
What? Who'd she work for? Styrofoam Inc.?
No, she worked for McDonald's. That was her job.
Oh, it's their IP.
Yeah.
Oh, that styrofoam clamshell box is theirs?
Right, but it was the one that had it two sections. So
Right.
Yeah.
Because you had the hot side hot.
And the cool side cool.
And your vegetables on the other side. Good for her.
They should do. Just get rid of the vegetables.
And just have the hot side.
Just have the hot side.
Yeah. People, those OG McDLT boxes, people sell them online. Like eBay has them.
I bet.
Yeah.
There's crazy McDonald's collectors out there.
I guess there would be, wouldn't there? Does she have any? Prototypes?
I don't know. I don't really hang out with her. I hang out with him.
Circumstantial evidence. Prove it.
You mean anecdotal evidence?
I'm batting 1,000 today. Everything I say is wrong.
Not everything. That wasn't wrong.
Mary's dumb. Anecdotal evidence. But, it looks like there's a lot of evidence. There's thousands of examples to prove it is a fact.
Yeah.
Listen, everything old is new again, okay? We were talking about Jared Polis the other day, who is the governor of Colorado, trying to make a bet with DeSantis because the Nuggets, who murdered the Heat last night, by the way, the Nuggets and the Heat are in the NBA Finals. And Jared Polis said, hey, if the Nuggets win the championship, we'll take Disney. Since you clearly don't want it, whatever. But I was reading an article about how it was Colorado's amazing idea, their ingenious idea for solving the housing crisis. And George Carlin had figured this out 30 years ago, and that's exactly what they're trying to do in Colorado.
Golf courses. Perfect. Golf courses. Just what we need. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods. Land that is currently being wasted on a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white, well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to get together to make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves.
30 years ago, George Carlin in Jammin' in New York was like, hey, golf courses, put low-cost housing there.
Who's this guy?
See me after the show, Bill. There was a
I would like
comedian.
you to explain to it right now.
He was a merrymaker named George Carlin, and he was around for quite a while. I think he did a couple of live specials
And this is
over
him,
the
like,
years.
This is him talking between songs.
That is
He was like
between songs.
Yeah,
He's like an artist?
Yeah, he's like an artist, like a singer-songwriter, and then in between songs, he would just go on little rants.
In between songs, he would go on
Yeah.
little rants. Yes, yep. He started in radio, but
Mm-hmm.
then he kind of moved on and did some other things.
Yeah.
But I'll get you hip to him in the break. I think you'll enjoy him. Now, he's been dead for a while, as the best ones always are. But I just thought it was so
Someday.
funny.
Someday I'll be dead for a while, and then it'll be like,
Yep.
one of the best.
Did you say golf courses or golf courses?
I said golf courses. What did you say?
Golf courses?
Golf courses.
Golf
There you
courses.
go. Sure.
Ooh, goth courses sounds fun, too.
Goth courses.
Mhm.
Talk about your blackout curtains. Those
Yeah.
are all over the place. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Vegas is opening a pot-friendly hotel.
Yeah.
I don't know what the state of marijuana is in Las Vegas. I mean, everywhere now smells like pot. But we're going back to Vegas the week of July 4th, and we've got all of our accommodations set. But there's a new hotel called the Lexi, L-E-X-I.
Oh, it's not a DoubleTree?
a comfort inn, Las Vegas.
They give you-
trees.
Yeah.
They give you warm edibles instead, warm pot cookies.
Do they still do that, the warm
Yes.
cookies?
Mm-hmm. I asked for 2 the last time I stayed in one, and they gave me 2.
2.
Yep. Nice and warm.
They still do that.
They still do that.
I wonder if you could, because there's a DoubleTree out near where I live. I wonder if you could just walk in and go, hey, can I have a cookie?
I'd go in there and be like, can I have 55 cookies?
55 cookies, 55 peppers, 55 hamburgers. So in the break, we're watching. I'll get back to this in a second. In the break, we're trying to get Mary on board with I Think You Should Leave, the Tim Robinson thing over there on Netflix. Somebody left a message and was like, hey, guys, great recommendation. But I had Tim Meadows on the brain from Saturday Night Live. So Tim Robinson was on Saturday Night Live for a cup of coffee.
Well,
like
Tim
10,
Meadows
10
is
years
in a new
ago.
in one of the sketches.
Yes, right. And he's like, I was thinking Tim Meadows the whole time because Tim Robinson's not a household name, but
No,
he's
not
been
at
in
all.
enough things where you might know him. And Mary is not feeling it, boy. I mean, again, the show is hot and cold for me too, but more hot than cold.
Right.
And she is not feeling it.
And
I
just-
almost feel like you're also you want to dig your heels in on this
I
show.
don't, though, is the thing.
Oh.
Like, because I've admitted that there are a couple of the sketches that I like, but, like, Bill showed me 3 or 4 today. The one, the Bachelorette one, I'm like, okay, that's kind of a funny premise. I like that. I, like, smirked
He
a
keeps
couple
going
times.
on the zip line.
Yeah, I, like, smirked a
He was
couple
here for the
times.
zip line. What?
But most of it, I'm just like, I can't.
You don't.
So
You want it to.
stupid.
It's the same reason. Like you like things to have a little more linear, more punchline in it, and it's just absurd.
Yeah.
Like you just have to let it
It's not my
be
thing.
absurd because it's so silly and so stupid.
Yeah.
But it's like my favorite.
I'm happy that you're happy.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hammer back, and he brought that
I
hammer.
like this one.
Yeah.
Exactly. The bones are the skeleton's money. In our world, bones equal dollars. That's why they're coming out tonight to get their bones from you. The skeletons will pull your hair up, but not out. All they want's another chance at life. They've never seen so much food as this. Undergrounders have as much food as this, and the worms are their money.
Ah, boy. But that's season 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that. I think that's become like the hot pockets of that show.
Mm-hmm.
A classic sketch. But season 3 of I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson is currently on Netflix.
Like one of the things that I love about that show so much is the community of people that make memes from all the stuff.
Right.
Like one that I just sent to Mary is a girl saying, guys literally only want one thing, and it's effing disgusting. 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 shots, 100
Now, she would only get that because she watched the segment.
He said that's why he sent it to me.
Yeah.
I was like, did you do
Oh,
that?
it was a setup.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. He wanted to, well, you were working backwards. You wanted to send her the meme.
Right.
She wouldn't get it until she watched the sketch. I see. The Patty Harrison tables one from last season is pretty good, too.
Oh, I love the tables one.
Why are my tables so dirty?
Table.
Why? What does she do? What's her job? Tables.
Tables.
It's very silly.
I don't want to hear any more about the tables.
Anyway, the Lexi Hotel in Las Vegas. Maybe you're planning to take a trip there sometime this year. It used to be the Artisan Hotel Boutique. I don't know that there's much more room to be building stuff on the Strip, so they just revamp the existing structures. But it's a brand new cannabis-friendly hotel, open to the public. It opens today. I guess it's near the Strip. It's not huge, 64 rooms. And they have been redesigned with finishes that they say minimize the impact of marijuana smoke. I don't know what that means. I hope that means that the walls are carpeted and that the smoke sinks into the carpet and then you can never get rid of it, but you get so used to it that who cares? You walk in. You're only staying there for one reason, by the way. So who cares? There's also a designated floor with 420 friendly rooms. They'll also have a Cajun...
What's a 20-friendly room?
420 friendly rooms. 420 friendly.
Smoke weed every day.
420 friendly rooms. Not 420 friendly rooms.
Or
420 friendly rooms. They'll also have... I'd like to book a whole floor of friendly rooms, please. They'll also have a Cajun-inspired steakhouse and a pool with an outdoor bar. About $200 a night. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. For Vegas?
No, not at all.
That's great. I mean, you pay upwards of $400 a night when you're in Vegas. So, anyway.
I'm going to Vegas for the first time in September. I can't announce why yet.
Oh, good for you.
All right.
You can't tell us why.
It's not like 100% official. It has to do with comedy.
Well, I assume that. Why can't you tell us?
It's not for gambling?
It's not for gambling.
Will you gamble?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think I can go to Vegas and not gamble.
I mean, you can.
I don't.
You don't want to.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like the
I
Mecca.
believe you can do anything, Mary. I believe that Mary Santora can do whatever she puts her mind to. I think that you know.
Oh.
Yeah. So you're maybe going to go to Vegas when?
No, I am going to Vegas.
You are going to
At
Vegas.
the end of September. I just
At the end of September.
announce it.
You just can't announce it yet.
Yes. But
Is it a comedy taping?
No. That's
Is it
tomorrow in Law.
Is it a comedy? Is it a comedy special?
No.
Are you
It's
going to be
shows.
on season 4 of I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson?
I'd be so jealous.
Can you imagine if Mary got
You'd be
on that
so,
show?
Or like, you know what I've thought about before? If I became a writer for it.
Right.
I hate it so much, but I keep
have a
submitting
nap
writing packets. Yeah. Because you know what though? That might work. Like you get in the headspace of let me write what is the least funny thing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ends up being like a hit.
But you know how many jobs I've gotten because I didn't care about the job?
Right.
Like I remember when I was still doing stand-up. I hadn't really got into radio yet, and there was a coffee house that was opening. It was like a local chain in Chicago, and they were opening a new location, a coffee house. And I told the manager, he goes, I'm only hiring a few people because it's not that big. And he goes, what are your thoughts on coffee? And I said, I don't drink coffee. But we were also going to sell tea. I said, I drink tea. I said, I don't care about coffee. And he goes, I like that. You're not too, for whatever reason. When I got my internship in radio, I got the job because I didn't listen to the show.
Yeah.
Because the guy was
And
like,
nothing's changed for Poundcake.
That's right. That's right. No, because the show was the biggest morning show in Chicago. And so the girl who was doing the hiring, his assistant, she goes, that's good because everybody who comes in here spills them. Yes, a Maniac fan, which is a natural reaction. You think oh my God, I've listened to it forever. That's why you think you're going to get the gig. I go, I'm actually more a fan of the afternoon show. And she's like, that's what we want because we want somebody that's here to work and not spilling themselves all over John. And I was like, okay. And so I kind of had like an indifference, not an indifference, I busted my ass, but you could get a job writing on that show because you don't care about it.
Right. It would be like a
You're not too
goof.
precious about it.
No, I would be a goof. I'd submit a writing packet and then get selected and be like, damn. Now I want a job as a writer. That's awesome. But this one, let's just give it a go.
Did you ever get into Tim and Eric?
No.
See, that one is just this side of too weird for me. Like Tim and Eric, okay. Somebody else texted, they're like, I really like the show, but the new season, there's too much yelling for the punchlines. There is a lot of yelling in this show.
See, it's the quiet parts that make the yelling so important.
Oh.
Because there's the one with the pig in the Nixon mask. And it's like, I couldn't sleep because my wife got flipped by a swing dancer like 8 times.
It is very strange. It is very strange. Is Mary starting a residency to replace Tom Jones?
Yes. And I'm only doing Tom Jones music as Metallica. So you figure it out.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means. You're going to do his music as Metallica.
Yep.
So give me She's a Lady.
She always knows her place. She's got style, she's got grace. She's a winner.
I can't do it. I can't think.
Come on, man. It's a residency. You got to do this.
Whoa, she's a lady.
You got to do this every night.
Off to see some Peter Pan. Whoa, Metallica. I rewrite the songs too.
Are you opening for Carrot Top?
No.
Are you opening for Aerosmith?
I'm opening for Adele.
Adele's done with her residency.
Oh, I'm opening
Mary.
for Usher.
Huh?
I'm opening for Usher.
Are you opening for Cirque du Soleil?
No.
Will you call your show Jerk du Soleil?
Yes.
Adele's already done with her residency?
Adele?
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's only a few weeks, right?
I thought it was like several months. Usher's
maybe
is
I'm
like
wrong.
6 months.
All right.
All that for nothing.
What do you mean
Nothing.
nothing?
She
You
was
mean
making, like,
hundreds of thousands of dollars?
But like these stars, she couldn't have put in that much work. She made all that money for just a few months of work.
She's performing every single night, sometimes multiple times a night.
Oh, she's extended it.
I was gonna say that's some BS.
It's going to, because she started it last fall and it ran through March.
She was like, my show's not ready. It's not ready. It's not what I wanted it to be yet. And all that for a couple weekends. Like, what were you doing that was made you so busy where you couldn't finish your residency?
So she added 34 dates, so she'll do it. If you like Adele and you're going to Vegas, she extended it June 16th through November 4th.
My brother was like tripping all over. He's like, we're there, we can't see Adele. I said, you got $800? Because I don't.
I bet it's not that bad. I mean, they want people to be able to go. I don't think, I bet they're not making it like, unless you're talking about the bots getting a hold of it. But I mean, I bet if you were just to get tickets, they'd probably be
Well, when we were there,
a couple $100 a piece.
When we were there, the show wasn't ready. So we had to wait. Maybe for his birthday.
You want to do it one more time?
The show wasn't ready.
Right. Well, anyway, we don't know why Mary is going to be going to Vegas, but she is going to Vegas. And when can you tell us?
I don't know, actually. Whenever they make
Well,
it
that is
official.
nothing if not anticlimactic. I don't mind telling you.
I'm just saying, I'm excited to go to Vegas for the first time. I'm nervous. I feel like I shouldn't take my debit card or anything with me. Like, I should only travel with cash.
I think you should go with your gut.
Travel with my gut.
I think you should trust your gut on that.
Take my gut with me.
You know yourself.
Yeah.
In a casino.
Yes.
You know. You don't have the luxury that the rest of us have, or some of us have, where that we can gamble a little bit and stop.
Right.
Right.
I'm going to have to budget for this and take a certain amount. And I really will probably leave my credit cards at home.
Well, I was going to say, but even your certain amount that you'll budget yourself would probably be pretty substantial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I have until the end of September.
You're not going to go to Vegas with a $500 gambling and leave it at that.
We'll be gone in an hour. I got to do
Right.
that.
So what?
Vegas,
do you think that your gambling budget would be? How long will you be there? A weekend? A week?
Thursday to Sunday.
Okay.
So
how long?
So I get in Thursday. I'll come home Monday. So 4 or 5 days.
So how long? How much do you suspect? Just from the jump, what do you think your gambling? What will your gambling allowance be?
I'm going to try. Well, see, and that's the thing I say. Like, I'm going to try to keep it to, I would not like to go over $1,000. And that's $250 a day, and I'm there for work. You know what I mean?
Right, but again, as long as you're not gambling in your hotel, you can find places that aren't like a $20 buy-in for, the
Right.
hotels don't want you to leave, obviously, so it's like $50 a hand. You can blow through that.
Yeah.
And what's your game? Are you going to just play
I'll
slots?
play slots.
Oh, okay.
You lose so bad, but they're fun. I like slots.
Well, then why don't you play a game you know how to play?
I like blackjack, too.
Yeah, blackjack's great.
And that can last a lot longer.
Yep.
When we were in Niagara
But
Falls,
you want to sit there and kind of just robotically
4:30
pull the thing.
I don't know yet. I don't know what I want. I've never been to Vegas. I might get there and not want to gamble at all.
No,
I
but
have
you've
no
been
idea.
in a casino before.
Yeah, but it's different.
It's
This
really
is like-
not.
but it is.
It's just as many sad people
I
sitting
feel like
there
it's
pulling
like saying if you're Catholic and you go to church on Sunday, it's the same as going to the Vatican. It's not the same. It's a totally different vibe.
Well, but they're okay, but these are casinos with casino games in them.
But
the
it's
mecca of all
yeah, but it's like the place. The Vatican
right.
still has church.
Well,
but it's like the church.
But it's the place because of everything other than the casinos.
Right,
If
which is I might not even want to gamble once I get there. I might
That's-
get there and want to do a bunch of other stuff. You know, I have no idea.
You know that's not the case.
You don't know me.
When we went
You
to,
know you. $1,000.
When we went to Niagara Falls, I mean, again, I don't have a gambler's blood just because I like my money and I'm too stubborn and cheap to just gamble it away. But I did see the allure of the pretty colors playing slots. Like I was like, wow, it's just like a cute little video game. You just text those little pigs and all of a sudden, bam,
Yeah.
all right, just took your $10. Like, wait, it's gone that fast. I was just touching a little pig. But yeah, it's very, the visuals are
I was just touching a little pig.
Just touch a little pig.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're in a casino and every casino has got no clocks, no windows, no nothing, you could be anywhere in the casino. It's when you leave and you go, oh, I'm in Vegas.
Right.
But
I get what you're
otherwise, you could
saying.
be at the Jack Casino. So
yeah.
your money is still going to go to whatever you want it to go to.
Right. Well, I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Plus, a bunch of I really only watched three to five, three main ones of YouTubers who do the casino games.
This is why I'm worried about you.
Why?
Because you watch YouTubers gamble.
Yeah.
That's
It's
not somebody who's going to
whatever,
spend
dude.
just $1,000
It's
in
more.
the casinos.
It's more
in Vegas.
entertaining than I think you should leave. Watching people win real money.
That's
not.
no,
Yes,
it's
it is.
really
It's
not.
way
It
more
is not
entertaining.
even.
Watching
it's not
someone win
entertainment.
$30,000 on a slot machine is way more entertaining than watching Tim Robinson scream 55 burgers, 55 peppers, 55 tater tots.
I'm just all right. Well,
Did you see Tom Dwan win the $3 million? The poker largest pot in broadcast history. Did you see that?
I did not. I don't follow poker.
He won a $3 million pot on a live stream. Yeah. You don't follow
you
poker.
know what you can buy with that?
What are you, a communist?
Yes.
55 burgers,
55 peppers, 155 tater tots,
the Cavs,
5 coffees.
The Cavs just tweeted out a photo, and the caption is 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies.
55 pies. That'd be $680, sir.
Peppers, 55 pancakes.
Oh, boy. Listen, it's not for everyone.
What's it going to do with all that food?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I hope you can tell us when you want to tell us, Mary.
I will.
All right. About your Tom Jones as Metallica residency.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it, for one.
I'm going to make shirts, so just be ready. You have to wear one.
All right. All right, if you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to watch, you can do it at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. To watch live. Who's helping out today in the video department? Thank you to Warsley Door Trib. Hey, thanks. It was all Bill yesterday.
Yep.
Warsley Door Trib helping out today. Sunday morning, speaking of AlanCoxShow.com, I think you can, well, I don't know. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts for the Week in Cox. No metal show tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight. Not on tomorrow night, but Sunday morning, the Week in Cox. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week every Sunday morning, 8 to 10. And Bill and Cody are your hosts for that. If you're up early or just getting in, whatever. Either way. Guardians will play tonight. They're playing the Minnesota Twins. It's a second of 4. Guardians lost last night by 1 run, 7-6 was the final. So 8-10 tonight on MMS from Minneapolis. 7:40 is pregame. They'll play them again tomorrow and then Sunday, and then the Guardians come back home to host the Red Sox Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'll have Weezer tickets for you here. You'll get the last pair of those from me shortly. They're doing Blossom in about a week or so, maybe. We'll get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Yeah,
we
had
were
one in a
out
minute,
last
yeah.
Friday. Yeah, so we'll be excited for that. That's how we know that the weekend around these parts is officially underway. Why does Mary have to budget for gambling? Why just not do it? Why just, I thought they meant why not just do it? Why just not do it?
Why not refrain?
I guess.
Because I like it.
Yeah.
And I can't go when I'm here.
Right.
So.
But will you be able to stick to the budget is the thing. As long as you stick to the budget, you're fine.
Right. That's the whole part of it. It's like saying I'm going to go out and have 2 drinks. You know?
Will you go?
So, what does that mean?
That means I've crashed 6 cars. I've never had 2 drinks in my life.
It means you should probably
not gamble. I understand.
There you go.
But I'm going to be in Vegas for 4 days, so we'll see what happens.
Well, you got to get some dopamine hit, right?
That's what I'm saying, you know?
Masturbate.
Comedy's not enough.
Just sit in your room and jerk off, Mary, all right, is what we're trying to tell you.
Come
I
on.
mean, it's, but that's going to get her all horned up, and then she's going to want to go downstairs and gamble.
Right. They're connected.
Let it ride!
Go, go, go.
That's right.
Were you at Club Haunted House?
What?
No, I was jacking off.
Are you opening for Penn and Teller?
No. Not Penn and Teller.
Oh, Pentatonics? Penn and Teller and Tonics? Penn Teller Tonics?
Pentateller Tonics. Pentatonics.
Will you be
It's
performing?
silent a cappella, the best kind of a cappella.
Will you be performing with Jack Black that weekend? He's
Yeah,
doing
right.
some things in Vegas. All right.
What a wicked game.
All right.
Did you see someone put Jack Black's Peaches song, but made it seem like Junior Soprano was singing it?
No.
It's so funny.
I saw the Tenacious D Wicked Game go viral, but didn't they do that a couple years ago?
Well, they did it on
That
Stern.
feels old. Is that what it
They
is?
did it on Stern, but then because that was such a big hit, they made a music video for
Okay.
them just running in a
Maybe
an
that's what I
ocean,
remember it
yeah.
from. Because I thought Them on the Beach was old too. But
Not
maybe
that
not.
I don't remember that part.
Okay.
But they teased it for days, and then
Did they?
And then they're just like, and that's the whole video, basically.
I see. I mean, things can go viral more than once. I
Right.
just remembered it. Nuggets over the Heat. If you are paying attention to that, I've got money on both over on FanDuel. But Nikola Jokic, the triple-double, sets the Nuggets comfortably over the Heat in Game 1. It was 104-93 was the finish there. Denver is still unbeaten at home. Game 2 is Sunday in Denver at Ball Arena. I think that's where they play. Ball Arena. Named after a company or a guy or something.
It's named after Tom Green.
One Ball Arena. Hey, Helene.
Yes.
How are you? Hi.
How are y'all?
Hanging in.
Great. I hate the show.
Thank you, dear.
But I love all of you.
Oh,
I've
hey,
been listening
thanks.
to you over a year.
Over a
And the
whole year.
podcast
Okay.
Every single day.
You mean over the course
Well,
of a
I just
year
found
or
out
for
about
a
ya.
year?
No, every day. And the
Oh.
podcast if I miss a day.
How did you find
But
the show in the
I-
first place, Helene?
I don't know. I was just searching on my phone. I had iHeart, and I just came across you guys because I love to listen to talk radio.
Yeah.
And you guys are just the best. I mean, y'all.
We are, aren't we?
You're great.
Helene, do you
Yeah,
mind?
but I
and
love
this
Mary.
is Helene. This
Yes.
is very indiscreet of me. I
Hi, Mary.
realize. Okay.
Hi.
Female
Hi,
dick.
Mary.
She hates you.
Hi.
Hi. Oh,
Or
he's
Helene.
great.
What's
He
up,
is
Helene?
Wonderful. Not much. I was calling about the gambling thing because I'm recovering 3 years now,
Never would have guessed.
and I love to watch videos on gambling. This way, it saves me money, but I love to see people hit all the time. I watch Lady Luck. I watch
Yes!
Slot Queen.
Do you watch BC Slots? Brian
Yes,
Christopher?
BC, Brian Christopher.
BC Slots.
And NG. He's
Yes.
my favorite.
I watch BC Slots too.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mike.
I mean, they're Mr. Mike. What about 777 Neely?
watch that one, no.
Black Queen's the best. I really watch her a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like we're talking to
but
Mary
Lady
from the
Luck.
future.
I know.
She's
like 'em
changed
all.
her name and she's calling us from the
because
future.
I am old. I am older than her, so yes.
Aren't we all?
I mean, my husband goes,
Helene I've
why are you always watching that? I go, I don't know, because I keep my hands busy.
Right.
Weird.
Well, when I watch
And
it,
that's
Brian
fun.
asks me, I had it on the other day, I was eating dinner and he had already eaten. So he walks into the kitchen as I'm sitting at the table. He goes, "You at the casino?" I was like, "Yep." that's what we call it. He
Yep.
goes, "Are you
My husband
gambling?" I was
all
like,
the
"I'm
time.
gambling."
Yep, that's me in the morning. My husband's like, geez, why do you watch it so much? I go, I don't know.
Well, so it's
Something to do in the
it's
morning.
but Helene, it's clearly a way to kind of live vicariously, but there's no danger, right?
Right.
Exactly.
And that's okay,
Unless
yeah.
I go into the casino, then I'm in trouble.
Then we're in
You know.
All
then
right.
my husband's my wallet. You know, we go in the casino. I'm like, can I have another
That's what I
100?
call girls.
Can I have? Yeah.
Gross.
So, I mean, it is vicariously very
He's
much
single,
so.
ladies. He's back on the market.
You know. Well, my husband will be single if he doesn't give me the money.
Yeah, you
Amen,
know it.
Helene.
Listen to
The
this,
gamble.
Helene. Helene, it's very indiscreet of me,
Yeah.
but may I ask how old you are?
Yes, just turned 57, single tomorrow, May 5th.
Okay, 57. There you go. Okay, I just liked it when
Yeah,
when
I don't look 57.
Well, none of us do. Okay, good. Well, Helene, you keep on keeping on, all right?
Yes, thank you.
All
I love
right.
you guys.
Thank you, baby. There you go. There's Helene out in Valley View, who is a relatively new listener to the show.
She also likes to gamble so much that she had to quit.
Had to quit, but now living vicariously.
It's fun, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different than you guys, Bill, watching sports and cheering along. He's not the one playing. He doesn't have anything riding on the game.
But
True
there's
that.
some variety to sports.
There's a variety of the slot machines you play.
All right, fine.
Bill, this is an argument we are not going to win.
No,
'Cause
it's all
I'm
right.
correct.
Watch your dumb thing.
Exactly. I'll watch my dumb thing. You watch your dumb thing.
My
One
thing- my
entertains
thing's
me.
not
One
dumb.
entertains you.
But it's also victimless. I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
it
know.
keeps you happy and, you know.
If it makes you happy.
That's right. Can't be that bad.
What?
Just can't. It's just so like. I tried to get excited. Like it's a wild thing to. It's the same thing like people watching other people play video games.
Well, you're watching other people play sports.
I know, but
You watch
it
other people have
seems-
sex.
That is a good point.
Yeah, how is it any
Anyway.
different
And
than
my
people
neighbors-
watching porn? Like,
and
oh,
my
I wish,
neighbors
I
are
wish that was
pissed.
me. Oh, I wish I could be in there doing that. It's the exact same thing.
Well, the sex one is the one that I'm also participating in a way.
Well, I'm kind of participating. I'm getting excited for them.
Oh, okay.
I'm like looking
She's
at
also
it.
masturbating while she watches casino videos.
Maybe. No, but I'm saying like when I watch it, it's like I wish I was there. I
Jackpot.
want to be that guy. I wish I could be betting like that. Just like anyone who's watching sports or porn or whatever else.
Sports are also live.
These guys do live streams.
They do live streams.
Yeah, so you can, so that way they like are proving it's not
That
doctored. So they'll be like,
that would be more exciting. The live,
when
the
they
live
do
ones.
like anniversary ones, they're like, hey, we're gonna do a 5-year anniversary $50,000 live stream. So they allocate 50 grand to spend in 2 hours, and then you watch them win or lose.
Okay, so that the live stream version of it seems more intriguing than the rewatch.
Well,
ones.
the rewatch is just the live stream cut up
that
they post into, because they're playing over the course of 2 hours. They might play
Right.
15 different games.
But
And
I want
15
just
small
like the
videos.
highlights to be like I don't watch a lot of games that aren't live.
Yeah, but you also watch SportsCenter and you see the highlights from all the games.
But that's
you
what I
didn't
was saying.
watch.
And
Like, but the highlights
ESPN
are 2
Classic
minutes.
was a whole channel.
Yeah.
Of like old, hey, here's when the Packers played the Bears
Yeah,
in
you remember those
78.
really
I
cool
understand.
Yeah.
Oh, you made a good point.
Thank you.
It's anecdotal evidence, but
not
it's still a good
anecdotal
point.
evidence.
It's anecdotal that people watch sports.
Yeah.
I mean,
just
everybody
'cause-
I know watches
just
sports.
because you know people who watch sports.
Just because you and Helene watch these videos doesn't mean they're actually.
No, the one dude has like 600,000. He
I
just
know,
did.
it's insane.
He
It's
just
insane.
did a.
Obviously, there's an audience for it, and you're not the only one. Like,
Yeah.
it's a very popular thing.
I just BC Slots, Brian Christopher Slots. He just did 600 spins on a high limit machine to celebrate 600,000 followers or subscribers on YouTube. So they do stuff like that all the time. So it's like, hey, come on live, watch me spend the max bet, whatever machine that's at, 600 times to see what happens.
I'm going to start a gambling YouTube channel and play only games that I'm not good at. You know, we were talking a while ago about the loop. It's not even a loophole. It's just kind of an ingenious way for people to get engagement on social media is to be purposely wrong.
Yes. Yeah.
And then because people love telling you that you're wrong. We all get it here. You stupid idiot. So people will get engagement on social media by a hot take that's clearly incorrect, right? That would, not just an opinion, but it would be like a basis in fact, but they purposely get it wrong, so everybody blows them up. I'm going to start a YouTube gambling channel where I only, and see what kind of engagement I get. See how many, I'm going to play like craps, roulette, things I like.
Here's
like,
why you can't do that is because you're not allowed to film at table games. That's why slot machine channels.
No,
are
I'm
the only-
gonna set up a casino in my basement.
Oh, well then yes, you can
Yeah.
do that. You're not
And-
allowed to film at slot or at anything except a slot machine in casinos.
Oh, is that true?
That's 100% true.
Oh, so
'Cause
those
that's
guys
how
are.
people count cards and things like that.
I
You're
see.
not allowed to. You're not allowed to even be on your phone. If you're like sitting at a blackjack table and your phone rings, they
Right.
make you get up to answer the call.
Yeah. Okay, I know that. But okay.
Yeah.
So, well, then you've just blown up my business.
Sorry, unless you
So
start your own AC casino catcher down in the basement.
AC Craps Catcher is on YouTube live tonight.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm so ignorant to how gambling works. I don't even know what counting cards means in like the table aspect.
You know which cards are left in the deck based on what's been dealt.
So you.
But when you see that anyway,
know how to bet. No, because if you're not, it's really hard to pay attention because they'll have 8 decks going at the same time. So they'll be,
You have to be like a Rain Man level type. Yeah.
32 of each card, and you have to keep track of every single card that comes out.
Yeah, I imagine gambling makes unless you're a pro, makes everyone feel like an idiot. But it was like my first time. It was amateur hour for me because, again, I don't gamble. And my brother was like, sit at the table with me and then blah, blah, blah. We can play. I was like, I really don't want to play. Like, I'm ignorant. He's like, we're in Vegas. I said, okay. So we sit down, and the chick is like spoon feeding me stuff. Like, it's your first time, so we want you to win. And she told me which card to pick, and I called her bluff. I didn't believe her. I was like, I'm going to pick the opposite. She's like, well, since people don't like to listen, then she just took everything. I'm like, damn it, did I just get scammed? Like, is that exactly what she wanted me to do?
What were you playing?
I don't know, some table game.
Well, also, dealers are on your side. Like, if you're playing blackjack and you're not sure
I think
whether...
it was blackjack. What's the other one?
Poker or Mississippi Stud or Pie Gow, there's like 1,000.
I think it was blackjack.
Blackjack's when you have to get to 21.
That's what it was, yeah.
So the dealers, you can ask them, you say, what does the book say? Like, what should I do here? Should I hit or should I stay? They want you to win. They'll tell you the right answer.
That's the thing. I was ignorant, and she was coaching me along the way, and I didn't believe her. Like, the entire time I'm questioning, I was like, well, why would you tell me that?
You didn't believe her.
To win.
So
right.
She got sassy. She like got sassy towards the end. She was like, I told you to pick that one. I was like, yeah, but why would I believe you? You're trying to take my money.
And specifically with blackjack, if you hit when you're supposed to stay, that screws up everyone after you.
Right.
So, like, if you're ever playing blackjack, this is the royal you, anybody listening, if you're ever playing blackjack and you're not sure what to do, ask the other people at the table because they want everyone to win. They're not going to tell you the wrong thing to do because then you're the a-hole who screwed up everybody's
I
hands.
was the a-hole that screwed everyone up, and I said,
and you're drunk like that. I love Vegas, and people are out there betting $200 a hand.
And I was the only one, like, I didn't know what to do, and I just wanted to be at the table so someone would come by and give me a free drink. That's literally the only reason why I was in the casino at all. I was playing the penny slots before my brother came and got me. He's like, I need one more player. Come out. I'm like, okay. So, yeah. I screwed everyone over for like a $12 drink.
You're the worst. You cost some guy $500 on a blackjack hand.
If you just let me not play.
So you could have a rum and coke.
A rum and coke. Now you know me better than that.
It was like $1 rum and coke that they would sell you for $30.
It was a vodka.
Mm-hmm.
Love that though. There's like, can I get you anything else? I'm like, yep. And then I come back and I'm like, here's $1 for your troubles. Thank you.
For your troubles. Here's $1 for your troubles. I am your troubles. My name is Cody. I'm your troubles.
Just constantly no one should have that much access. It's evil. It's evil.
Or there's also a thing called self-control.
No one can have self-control.
Pardon me?
Not at Vegas when they're just like, you get free drinks.
Plenty of people have self-control.
You can't do that. Like, you can't just give someone free drinks and just expect them to act appropriately.
Well, no, they don't want people to have self-control. I'm talking about you. You can control what you do.
No, I had.
You can't. Okay.
I had like 4 or 5, and then I forgot. Like,
well, then maybe this is what I'm talking about, though.
Walked the strip.
Don't have 4 or 5.
And that's when I bought the fake pot, because you're not allowed to buy pot.
Fake pot.
Yeah. I was like, can I get a blunt? He's like, we don't sell blunts. They were like, we got joints. I'm like, okay, sure.
K2 or whatever.
Whatever it was. I'm sure I had some type of stem cell or something.
Stem cell. Yeah, that's how it works.
He doesn't know what anything is.
He does. There's words in his brain. They just come out of his mouth. He's paying $200 a night to stay at the Lexi Hotel, and he walks in with a Ziploc full of oregano.
It was stupid.
I need one of them 20 friendly rooms.
Hey, Alan. Eric from Pittsburgh here. Hey, as a word guy, you might appreciate this. Did you see that ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are touring this year as the Sharp-Dressed Simple Man Tour? I love it. Too bad Elton John and Ted Nugent didn't get together for the Honky Cat Scratch Fever Tour.
Right. I get it, yeah. Yeah, ZZ Top and Skinner. They're going out on the Sharp-Dressed Simple Man Tour. Get back, Honky Cat! You want to play ZZ Top or Skinnerd? With a Poundcake? All right, I'll play some. You'll tell me if it's ZZ Top or Leonard Skinner. Who is this?
This is ZZ Top.
That is ZZ Top. Again, it's a coin flip, right?
Yeah, 50-50, and it doesn't sound like Skinner from what I've heard. This is ZZ Top.
Yep, that's ZZ Top.
This is Skinner. No?
Mm-mm. Sorry.
Damn. Threw me off 3 ZZ Tops in a row.
I almost did the voice. I love this part so much.
This is Skinner.
Damn! How? I love it so much.
If I hear the lyrics, am I gonna know? Oh, okay, this is ZZ Top.
No, that's right. They're all ZZ Top, dummy.
Okay,
all right, I'll give you one more. Who's this?
Sounds like something we just played.
It sounds like what?
Something we just played. Is it Skinner?
He just told you.
I
told
thought
you.
He was throwing
He doesn't
me off.
listen.
Again, I thought he was bluffing. I thought he just did it to throw me off.
Bluffing. I'll give you one more.
1, 2, 3.
This is Sweet Home Alabama.
And who does that?
Skinner.
Yeah, that's correct. He got it. Hey, he did it. All right, there you go.
Good job, Cody.
Congratulations. All right, I'm going to have those Weezer tickets for you after the break. You want to go see them? The show's not far off. It's Weezer with Modest Mouse and Mama as the second opening band there. And they're going to play Blossom on June 16th, a couple of Fridays from tonight. So I'll hand you off that last pair of Weezer tickets after the break.
under, like swimsuits, cover-ups, sunglasses, and more accessories you need now. Find the latest trends and new arrivals at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, 2 Fridays from tonight. Is that right? 2 or 3? Friday, June 16th is when the show is going to happen. Yeah, 2 weeks from tonight. It's Weezer with special guest Modest Mouse and Mama out at Blossom. Go to livenation.com for all the tickets and the info. Never a bad time when Weezer comes to play live. You get the last pair of tickets from me this week. 2 for Weezer and friends at Blossom. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 to grab these, or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? We got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in under an hour. Around these parts, it's how you know that the weekend has officially gotten underway. Next week on the show, I will have passes for you for a whole bunch of things that hopefully you want. If you want to join us on the Cleveland Funny Bus every Wednesday this month, a different one of us will host for you. Local comedians are your tour guides, and it is a blast. If you haven't joined us yet, it's great. Monday and Tuesday, I'll have passes for you. You can buy them at funnybus.net. Sells out pretty quickly. Bill will be your host next Wednesday. So we'll get you hooked up with those. Get you passes for Buzzard Fest. That's coming up August 4th out of North Ridgeville. I'll have KISS tickets for you all next week. They added Cincinnati and Cleveland on their End of the Road World Tour. And so they're going to play the Romo Fijo on October the 22nd. That is a Sunday night. And if you want to go see Royal Blood, those guys are great. And they're back touring the States. So they're going to do September 19th at the Agora. That is all next week on the show. Guardians play tonight. Wait a little bit after we get out of here. 8:10 is the start. 2nd of 4 against the Twins in Minneapolis. They lost last night. They got plenty of time to make it up, though. 8:10, so 7:40 is when the pregame will get going on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Of course, you can leave messages there for us. You can also leave them on the After Hours line if you like. 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. I have the perfect solution for your tickets to Taylor Swift. The first person who shows up and takes an enema in front of your window on the live stream and a pair of assless chaps wins the tickets. Love you guys. Take care of each other. Talk to you later.
That is the perfect solution, isn't it? That's perfect.
I feel like he just read his search history.
That's
Also,
how I should
chaps
give
are
out
all
my
assless.
I was going to say I'd let that
it's
one go, but
redundant.
it's redundant. Assless chaps. Nevertheless, what better way to appeal to the women and daughters who are going to want these Taylor Swift tickets than to have them come to my window on Wednesday, June the 14th, and give themselves an enema right there on Euclid Avenue. The perfect, thank you, John, the perfect way to do it. If you didn't hear me mention it yesterday, I do have a pair of tickets to see Taylor Swift in Pittsburgh on Saturday, June 17th at whatever Three Rivers Stadium is now. I guess it was Heinz Field after that. Acrisure Stadium is what it is. Still trying to get my head around that. I will have one pair to give to someone. You'll have to come to my window, and we'll tell you in the days to come how we're going to do that. But do I care about Taylor Swift? No. Have we ever played it here? Absolutely not. But I know you would like to go. And so I will send you. And they're not great tickets, but you'll be at the show. And that's really all that matters. So details on that forthcoming. I will say right now, unequivocally, I will not require you to self-administer an enema out on the street. I'm curious as to what crowd these tickets will draw. because, sure, it's going to be of probably moms who maybe want to take their daughters. But Taylor Swift seems to have a pretty broad audience. No pun intended. So who knows?
Slayer or Taylor is the game. And you have to, we'll give
Identify.
you a fact, and you have to say if it was something that Slayer did or that Taylor Swift did.
Well, I was thinking of Taylor versus Taylor. You might recall, you rock and roll fans will know that Corey Taylor, who was the front man for Slipknot, but also has a band called Stone Sour. He's got a couple of bands. He does solo stuff, and he can get in his feels too. So one of the ideas I was tossing around, was Taylor versus Taylor, where I give you a lyric and you have to tell me. Now, I have to assume that any Taylor Swift fan worth their salt is going to know chapter and verse, what the lyrics are. But Corey Taylor, like I said, he can get in his feels. So we'll figure it out. I don't want it to be too, I don't want you to have to jump through hoops. I don't want it to be too obscure. We'll figure it out. But Wednesday, June the 14th on this program, what time am I going to do it, you ask? 3:30 is when I'm going to be doing it. And we'll have people here at the window and we'll figure it out. But it will be for the June 17th show at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. It's only a couple of people will drive hours and hours and hours away to go see Taylor Swift. Science, speaking of Taylor Swift, and again, I've never paid that much attention to her, but she seems lovely, and she seems tall. Science has determined what the perfect yabos are.
Hey.
Science has determined what the perfect boobs are. Now, you might recall for some time now, they say that the average breast size of American women is getting bigger. Back in the day, I think the average sizes were on a C. Average female breast size now is a 34 double D.
Jeez. Average?
It's not that big. I mean,
Dude, that's pretty big.
it's about a pound a piece. It's
No.
It's workable.
No.
Yeah.
34 double D is pretty large breasts.
That's average. You're going to have some A's and you're going to have some H's. In the middle, you've got 34 double D.
That's crazy.
But they've determined that scientifically, the ideal pair of breasts is somewhere in the middle. Not too big, not too small, as you might suspect. And they showed people a bunch of photos of topless women and asked them to score based on a variety of things. And they said that asymmetrical breasts didn't really throw people off. I remember dating a girl right after college.
It's a variety pack.
Yeah, I remember dating a girl right after college, and she was a few years older than I was. And I hadn't really noticed because I'm not like a guy who goes right for it immediately. So we had gone on a few dates, and I guess it really hadn't been brought to my attention how much she didn't want to take her top off. And she made it clear to me that she was extraordinarily self-conscious about the fact that she had two different size breasts. And I said, well, every woman has two different size breasts.
So common.
And she goes, no, one's much smaller than the other. And I said, I don't really care. I'm an ass man. I'm not so much. I like boobies as much as the next guy. But boy, she was not kidding. And I was kind of taken aback by it. Now, obviously, I played it like I didn't care because I really didn't.
Right.
But she was not underselling it.
Oh my God, you freak! Scream at her.
Well, as I ran out of her apartment screaming with a lit torch, I didn't want her to feel bad, but I mean, she would know better that she was not exaggerating, and I fully understood why she was so reticent to get topless. She was lovely and all that. It didn't work out for other reasons, but boy, it was wild.
There was a girl that I was seeing at one point, and she had called to attention that one boob was bigger than the other. And I think we were probably a little drunk and being a little silly. And I squeezed the bigger one. I go, hefty, hefty, hefty. And then the little one go, wimpy, wimpy.
Oh, no. You're a wimpy. I bet she loved that.
She thought it was hysterical.
Oh, okay.
She was down for it. I know how to read the room. She was into it. And she brought it up. I ran into her not that long ago. And she's like, Hefty, wimpy. I'm like, good to see you.
She ever get them evened out or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, Gen Z has been, every generation's got its own disease, and Gen Z, breast augmentations are at an all-time high with Gen Z.
Really?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
Because
I
they're so
feel like-
young.
Yeah, but not even that they're so young, that I feel like Gen Z very much gives off like the do whatever you want, I don't really care.
Well, that's outwardly, but everybody would still like, I mean.
Like
if you-
wear whatever you want, be whoever you want. Like they seem very accepting of so much that's.
Well, maybe they are in other people and less so with themselves. I mean.
Yeah, well, and they grew up with the internet. They've been,
conditioned to be like,
bullied.
I need these big
Yeah.
boobs.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Is
you
there a
gals,
country
man.
artist at the Romo Fijo tonight?
Zach something?
Is Zach Brown Band here tonight?
Is there another Zach?
That's the only Zach. Zach Ryan?
No, hold on. My one friend posted about
Is it House of Blues or Romo Fijo?
It might be House of Blues.
Zach Lane Bryan? Zach Bryan?
Zach Bryan would be playing House of Blues.
Yeah. That's at the Romo Fijo.
Zach Bryan is at the Romo Fijo?
Zach Bryan at the Romo Fijo.
He has like one single right now. Is he opening for somebody?
I mean, the Romo Fijo tweeted.
That it's just him?
Zach Bryan.
Wow.
Unless they're in.
Yeah, Zach Bryan tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is that?
He has one single right now called Something in the Orange. And it's kind of almost like a mix of, it's like kind of like indie country would be the way that I would describe it.
So I wonder why these middling acts are doing
I'm
arenas.
shocked. I would have guessed he would be at House of Blues or he would be opening for somebody. He might be bigger than I think he is, but I heard his one single probably in the fall.
Okay. Yeah, he's at the Romo Fijo
That's
tonight.
crazy. I just saw a lot of cowboy boots and flannels and little
Right.
baby white shorts, and I was wondering what was going on.
Well, if you're not doing that, I'm going to be hosting Flat Out Pride over there in the East Bank of the Flats tonight.
That's tonight?
Yep.
That's fine.
tonight.
You and Cody or no?
No, Cody said he hates gay people and is not ever going to do it again.
He's a self-loathing homosexual.
No, Cody's
No matter
got
my
wedding
Chick-fil-
stuff. He's got wedding stuff going on.
So yeah, I have an early morning, and I know myself again. I have no self-control. So if I go down there, it's not going to be a couple of drinks and whatever.
So you just decide you decide you have no self-control.
I have no self-control.
Yeah.
But I have
You're
self-control
gonna be
enough to know.
your MC weddings tomorrow?
Yeah, I have a wedding tomorrow.
Where is that?
It's down near Canton.
Wow.
So it's an early morning and a long day. So I just
When do you have to be at the venue?
I'm leaving here at like 11.
That's an early morning? 11 is an early morning.
Yeah.
It's all right. I got a guy doing it with me, Zach Welch, who's very funny, and he didn't.
He's at the Romo Fijo tonight.
No, that's a different Zach.
Oh.
I got the gay one. Well, the outwardly gay one.
See, I have a real early morning tomorrow. My flight leaves at 7:15. We board at 6:35 or 6:40, something
Get
like
there
that.
at 8:30.
Yeah, right.
Why'd you say yabos?
I was talking about something. What did you hear?
Yabos.
I did say yabos.
So what was the perfect size?
No, they were kind of
The
they
ones
didn't-
in my hands.
They didn't zero in on a perfect size, but they were like on average they can't be too big to. We were talking about Lizzo earlier in the show and how she's having a real hard time with like people giving her a guff, if you will, on social media. She's a 44C. That's a big booby.
Oh, I guess obesity.
That's a big old
That's gonna
booby.
bump up the
Yeah. Sure.
size.
Yup.
I didn't think about that.
Big old booby. It is summertime, and that means
That the living's easy.
change it. That too. From what play? What musical? Summertime and the living's easy.
That is
what
Sublime.
musical?
Sublime the musical. Summertime and the Living's Easy is from the one where the old lady sits and sings to the children. King and I.
The King and I?
No, what's
Does
the other
Poundcake know?
I do not.
one? It's Mary Poppins.
Oh, see, I didn't.
It's something with an old lady singing to people.
Well,
Isn't it?
she's sitting there in a chair singing to a baby.
That would be, these are a few of my favorite things.
No.
What's that one? Sound of Music.
Nope, this is a Gershwin.
It is.
It was a
Oh.
novel. They turned it into an opera.
Time to Kill.
Porgy and Bess
No one
is
would
where
have
you're going to
ever
find
gotten
Summertime.
You could have offered me $1 million.
Only everybody who's ever heard that song knows it's from Porgy and Bess.
Nobody's
What are you
that's
talking
from
about?
Sublime.
Well, that too. But Summertime and the Livin's easy. But they have decided out in my neck of the woods, no more young kids and no more cruising at Crocker Park. They're dropping the hammer. And some people are displeased at this. Nobody under the age of, I think, 14 or 15 or 20 something.
Right. I
can
think
be
it's
out there
14.
Out at Crocker Park.
The new parental escort policy takes effect Wednesday, meaning children.
The parental escort policy, or PEP, took effect last night or Wednesday night.
Meaning children 15 years old and below must be with an adult or parent at all times while on the property. Supervisors must be 21 years old or above and can watch up to 4 children. One shopper, Isabella Harmon, is 20 and her younger sister is 14. She finds the new policy frustrating.
Obviously, we're not doing anything to annoy anyone or going around and causing trouble. Like, it's a way for us to bond. She's a little bit younger than I am, so finding things that we can relate is a little bit difficult sometimes. But like, this is like one thing that we can come and do together, and it's kind of weird that I wouldn't be able to do that with her now.
The other updated rules include a no cruising policy. Warning signs are
Sorry, Poundcake.
Damn it, man.
are now posted around the mall. It means no person can
cruising
drive
for
a
D.
vehicle past the same entry point 3 times within a 2-hour period. Shopper Donovan Brooks isn't happy.
I have a problem with that because I like to cruise. So I like to drive around there just to enjoy myself. Cruising and all that, if you haven't had major accidents or, fatalities or nothing like that, why you can't cruise? I understand that. It's 15 miles in a circle. It's not even that fast. And you got speed bumps.
What are they doing? Who cares?
Yeah,
Who's
who
going to
cares about
enforce it?
cruising?
You can't drive past the same door 3 times in 2 hours?
It sounds like a rule to a game a little kid made up. Doesn't it?
First
Okay.
of all, sometimes you circle Crocker Park looking for a street spot. You're circling over and over. And yeah, they have garages over there, but you want a street spot. I will say, though, I live out that way. Once it gets warm, Westlake is overrun with swarms of teenagers. Swarms. In giant packs going back and forth across Detroit to like Crocker Park, down to the McDonald's, over to the thing. Because if you're that young, there's nothing to do. You don't have a car. You don't drink.
They're keeping the malls alive, honestly.
But Crocker Park, I don't know what their problem is.
There probably fights and they're scared.
I think they saw Donovan in his car driving by 3 times cruising. And they're like, uh-oh, because it is Crocker Park. They probably saw that guy. They were like, well, we got to institute some new policy. And how many 13-year-olds are running around by themselves? Maybe they are. I don't spend a lot of... Are there?
I'm sure a lot.
I don't spend a lot of time at Crocker Park.
Well,
I mean, the kids I see running around in the summertime are like 14, 15, like that, but...
It's not exclusive to Crocker Park, though, because Beechwood Mall had issues like years and years ago.
Yeah, but didn't they have like flash mobs running in and stealing stuff?
That's
those
what
are
they're worried about now.
Those are the issues they had.
You think that would happen if that happened on the east side? You think it wouldn't happen on the west side?
Crocker Park is aggressively locked down most of the time. I mean, I don't know.
Clearly not, because if they're implementing these policies, then it's probably not as tight as they would like it to be.
Yeah, but also the kids under 14 aren't the issue when it comes to that kind of stuff. It's older kids that will all run into a store at once and run out with arms full of stuff. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but that guy, he's taking it pretty well. But I just love that our new policy is you can't drive past the same spot 3 times in 2 hours. Somebody had to come up with that and then write it down somewhere and type it up in an official, whoever owns Crocker Park, the company that manages it, it's their thing. Because the Westlake cops are like, I don't know, we got nothing to do with it. We're not enforcing that. It's the company that, whatever companies own malls. But they're cracking down. So I guess you'll just have to show off your classic car, guys, in a Taco Bell parking lot on a Saturday night. You can't drive 15 miles per hour over speed bumps at Crocker Park anymore.
Darn.
Trying to get a Nathan's Wiener. I got to take a break. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down. This has all just been preamble to that. That's how the weekend gets going around these parts, and we'll get to that shortly. Guardians baseball a little bit later on tonight, too, against the Minnesota Twins. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. The Buzzard's getting its beak wet in cans and kegs all over Cleveland. The Rockin' Buzzard Brew is back. A classic American Pilsner perfect for a Cleveland summer. Hitting the shelves at Giant Eagle this Monday. The Rockin' Buzzard Brew from the Brew Kettle and 100.7 Double Brew MMS.
This Buzzard weekend is sponsored by McDonald's and Artisan Landscape and Design.
Your afternoon drive is number one automotive retailer.
Anybody listen to the new Foo Fighters record yet?
Nope.
Dropped today. The album is called But Here We Are. It's just an all-white cover. 10 songs in all. This one's called Rest. This is the last track on the album. And the whole album is it's heavy, man. It's one long elegy for Taylor Hawkins and Virginia Grohl. They died within months of each other. Grohl's mom, who was a biggest cheerleader the guy had. A great album. I mean, Dave Grohl plays all the drums on it, obviously, because Taylor Hawkins is gone. But now they have Josh Freese. But I don't know how many albums in they are. Maybe they're 11th. Have the Foo Fighters made 11 albums?
I mean, it's up there.
But it's a real good album. I mean, we've been playing Rescued for a while. That's probably the most like straight ahead,
like Foo
typical
Fighters type,
Foo. Yeah, a lot of it is. There's a lot of acoustic stuff, and it's a lot of their first record. They call it the first chapter of the rest of their careers because it's the first album post Taylor Hawkins. But yeah, it's a really good listen front to back. If you haven't heard it, it just dropped today. The new Foo Fighters record called But Here We Are. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is moments away. Perhaps you're new to the show. Let me walk you through it. At the request of our own Maryland Santora, when she first joined the show, she was like, hey, can we have a thing on Fridays where Bill just lets it all out? Just blows it up. And I said, yeah, sure. What'd you have in mind? And so the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. I'm sorry?
That's not how that went.
That's how I thought it went.
Mary and her cotton sarcophagus over there.
It's so cold, dude. It's freezing.
It is chilly in
here. It is chilly in here, but I
it's
like
cold in
it.
here today, and I forgot my jacket. I had my jean jacket sitting right next to the door, but I left in kind of a rush and didn't grab it.
Sleeves are a thing, too, on a lot of garments.
Yes. Well, I'm
wearing mine today. And
a little cute little summer dress.
Oh.
Because I went to go get my nails done today, so I had
You couldn't have sleeves for your manicure?
No, but it was just easy for mani-pedi.
Gotcha.
To
Wait.
wear.
No sleeves for a manicure pedicure?
Well, to wear a dress.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not dealing with rolling up pants.
I understand.
Like and it was hot. It was like 82 degrees.
Hey, I feel you. I'm due for a pedicure.
Oh, so
yeah, they're pretty good. By the way, everybody telling me that Zach Bryan is huge.
I did not know he was that big. I really didn't.
I defer to you on all matters country music.
Well, because I have only heard that one song on the radio called Something in the Orange. And I listened
Something in the Orange?
Yeah, it's
Is
a
it a
really
song
good
about
song.
seeds?
No, it's a song about like sunsets, sunrises.
Oh.
It's cute. It's a breakup song. It's I really enjoy it. He's got a great voice.
And you're sure it's not about the fruit?
It might be. I haven't seen the music video yet.
Yeah. Does he mention pulp in the
No.
breakup song?
He does not. Not that I can recall.
All right.
But that's the only single I've heard by him played on like the radio. So he might have a huge following not from the radio. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a good song though.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, congratulations on your manicure, on your pedicure, on all of it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a cool thing tomorrow too.
Is it going to be a manicure pedicure?
No, I get to do
good
comedy
for you.
and a boxing ring.
Comedy
Are you
and a
boxing while you tell jokes?
No, it's you're not supposed to talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it because I already am.
Oh, Comedy Fight Club.
No, it's called Don't Tell.
Comedy Fight Club. You're not supposed to talk about it.
Right.
First rule of Comedy Fight Club, do not tell anyone about the show.
It's called Don't Tell Comedy, but they also told me to put it on my website. So it's on my website. And if you're in Pittsburgh, you're doing comedy and a boxing.
Oh, this is a Pittsburgh thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Pittsburgh, telling jokes, hitting you with punch lines.
I see. Somebody worked backwards on that one.
Well, they
Where
do
is
it-
it in Pittsburgh?
on my website, billsquire.com. You can find out. I don't know. It's in a.
You don't know where you're going tomorrow.
I know where I'm going, but I don't know where off the top of my head.
You know the name of the venue.
No,
it's
the
a
whole
place.
Oh,
What? It's a place?
Yeah.
You're really selling this show.
the whole
It's
thing
a
about
boxing arena.
the whole thing about Don't Tell Comedy. It's a nationwide brand where it's.
But where
secret.
are they having it tomorrow?
They don't tell you.
How do people go there?
You go, you buy a ticket for the city
You
that
go
you live in.
where?
You go to their website, don'ttellcomedy.com. You buy a ticket for the city that you live in, and then the day of, they send you the location.
I
and it's
see.
secret lineups, secret locations. It's all BYOB. It's like it's
The
called
comics don't
tell.
even know that they're performing, and they have
I
to
know, I
race
know.
to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Wait, you do? Oh.
I know that I'm performing. That's why it's on my website. So I'm talking about it.
All this
I
says
just
is
know it's going to be in a boxing
on the north side. That's all
Yes.
it says.
Yeah.
North side of Pittsburgh.
Yes,
Okay.
and you don't get to know unless you buy a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
They sell out they have like 77 cities that they do this in. They sell out all over the country.
Yeah. I'm doing it in Columbus later in the month.
Pittsburgh
fun.
boxing rings. Well, it could be. Well, the South Side Boxing Club won't be there because that's South Side. It could be at, and it's a legit boxing ring.
Yeah.
Okay, so north side of Pittsburgh, you're gonna be. It's not in Millvale, is it?
Again, Bill doesn't know. He
I
won't know until tomorrow.
I
When-
know, like they told me the place, but I just haven't.
They did tell you the
committed it
place.
to memory. So you go to the website, you buy tickets, and then they'll tell you if you. And I'm trying to keep some secret of it. Some secret.
What do you think is the allure of that business model?
I don't know.
Dude,
it works
they're
though.
killing it.
I believe you.
works,
I'm just
yeah.
saying somebody has to go, hey, we're not telling anybody. Like, what's the point of that?
Because it started in Los Angeles.
But
So
what's
they-
the point of it?
I'm trying to tell you. It started in Los Angeles where they couldn't announce lineups because it was so many celebrities who had like perimeter clauses and things. If they were headlining a show at the Improv, they weren't allowed to do a show within 20 miles.
Well,
for
but that's
a month.
LA. That's not what you're getting in the other 76 cities.
It's like you're not listening to me. It started in LA.
No, I know how. That's how. I
So
understand.
then they just adopted it in other cities.
But
And
if
people
you're not
buy into it because they're
okay,
It's
they
all
do
about
really good
surprise
comics
guests and
it's,
who's going
yeah.
to show up, and you
right,
never
but
know.
you're
very fun.
But you're not getting LA comic celebrities in Pittsburgh.
But you
is my-
are.
Sometimes
I did
you are,
one,
yeah.
I
You
did one-
are not.
I did one in Pittsburgh with a guy named Usama Siddiqui, who is huge
in LA.
in the New York comedy
And
scene.
the
He's
people
been on
tomorrow-
all kinds of TV, everything.
And tomorrow they're getting Bill Squire.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you asked most people, hey, are you a big Usama Siddiqui fan? They'd go, who?
But that's with
Yeah, they're not
every
getting
comedian,
Kevin
though.
Hart
Yes.
or Bill Burr, no, but you're getting top level comics.
And
like
that's-
Bill Squire.
Yes. And that's with so much comedy's so segmented and so like people like what they like. And so you can have people that are selling out theaters and they're not household names. Nobody knows who they are. That's a very common thing in comedy.
So when will you find out? Do they email you like in the morning?
Bro, I told
or-
you, I know what it is.
You know.
I know what it is.
You know where it is.
I'm keeping it. I just want to talk.
What would happen?
Because I'm excited about being in the boxing ring. That's gonna be fun.
What would happen if you told everybody now where it is?
I don't know. Probably not a good idea. They
But
told
it's
me
sold out.
They told me I could put it on the website. Is it already sold out?
Well, I'm assuming it's probably not huge, right? I mean, maybe how many? 100 tickets? 100 seats?
That's 7,000 tickets.
What? So they can put it on you. They said you can put the location on your website.
Yeah.
But you can't say it.
Not the location. He can put the link
The
to
link
their
to
website.
the tickets.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know where it is.
I know where it is.
What if you told the audience where it is?
I think that's a bad idea because that goes
Because they
against
asked
the
you
don't
not
t-
to.
It's called don't tell, and if I be telling, then
Gotcha.
I didn't not tell.
Gotcha.
I think I made that pretty clear.
But you didn't sign anything, did you?
I don't sign. I don't
So it's on the.
anything.
You're saying it's on the honor system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I want to do more of these shows. They're fun.
I understand. North side of Pittsburgh. Okay. So probably maybe Mexican War Streets, maybe near the football stadium, maybe near Acrisure Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe while you're there, you can do, like the festival trick where you go to the park ahead of time and you bury a bottle of booze, and then the day of the festival, you go dig it up.
Right. It's BYOB. They just let you bring it.
No. I'm talking about the Taylor Swift show we're going to send people to.
Oh.
You bury a bottle of booze outside
Yeah.
Acrisure Stadium, and then we send them to Taylor Swift, give them the coordinates of the booze, they dig it up.
And get thrown out of the Taylor Swift show.
Well, no, I mean, people are pretty savvy to get that stuff in. I'm just saying that's a little value added from AC to whoever wins those Taylor Swift tickets from me. Something to think about. All right, so tomorrow night you'll be in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I'm excited.
So even if you don't go to the show, if you are one of our Pittsburgh bureau chiefs and you happen to either live or play on the north side, you might run into Bill Squire.
Mm-hmm.
You staying overnight in Pittsburgh?
No,
You're coming back?
I'm going to come back.
Oh, man.
Yeah. That's not that. It's 2 hours.
I know, but like I think you want to hang out after a show. Like you don't want to get in the car and drive back, do you?
Nobody wants to hang out. They just want me to go. They say, do your jokes and go home, funny
Wow.
boy.
All right. You don't know where you are.
your
Do you know where
jokes
you are
and
in the
go
lineup?
home. I have no idea about
Okay.
that.
All right.
But I'm going to stick around until the show's over. I want to watch everybody
Yeah, I understand.
perform, and then maybe
I didn't know if you knew if you'd be like
merchandise.
front, middle. And,
Yeah.
But you're not going to box anybody.
You don't. I don't know that either. Because what if like a heckler gets in my, they start talking stuff. I say, oh, well, we're in the ring. Why don't you get in the ring with me, and we'll settle this like men? And then I knock them out. Hopefully, it's a small, weak person.
A small, weak person.
Yeah, so I have a chance to knock them out.
I see. All right. Hey, I saw you with that boxing machine. You'll be fine.
A 1.
You'll be just fine. iHeartRadio app, if you listen there, you can leave us messages anytime you like.
Yeah, I always talk about Poundcake-isms. I used an Alanism the other day. I was doing a crossword puzzle because, much like you, I'm a 100-year-old man trapped in a younger body. Anyways, the clue was something along the lines of this actress starred in Holcomb blank, and I answered Holcomb and Flim Flam. That was not the answer, but that's immediately where my head went.
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
I see people do that a lot, by the way. Holcomb. It's not Holcomb. It's Hokum. Hokum. It's old-timey slang. Hokum and Flim Flam. Unless you're talking about the amazing Chicago comedian. Who? Corey Holcomb. He and I share a birthday. He's coming through to do MGM Northfield Park.
Oh, nice. I love that.
He and I got started about the same time. There was one of the only places that I could get in at the time was a place called All Jokes Aside. It was a black club, and it was Corey Holcomb. Who were the other guys in the early 90s that were going? Because everybody would end up getting bumped by Bernie Mac. D. Ray Davis.
Okay.
Who were those other guys that were
in Chicago?
Yes. I forget who else.
Yeah.
But Corey Holcomb is a very funny dude.
Bruce.
No, I don't, he wasn't a Chicago guy. Godfrey, I think, was there for a bit, but all jokes aside, which is not even a club anymore. But I was so excited to see Corey Holcomb is doing MGM Northfield Park because I think he blew up from a podcast too. But he's been doing comedy forever. But anyway, Hokum and Flim Flam. What, Cody?
I use Alanisms all the time, but I remember the last time I did was like yesterday when I was playing video games with my boyfriend, and I said, hoist it by my own petard while playing Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm.
Because I shot one of the...
That's one of your go-tos. You love that one.
Because I think it's such a funny phrase, and it works perfectly because I play Bowser. I'm the Bowser car, and his special is like the Bowser shell with all the spikes on it.
Pound cake, pound cake, pound cake, pound cake, pound cake, pound cake, pound cake.
So every time I shoot this shell, I hit someone, but it bounces back at me. I was like, damn, hoisted by my own petard. And I'm like, riding around the track.
You and your boyfriend, little gamer boys. I like it.
He brought it over, and I was like, I might as well use it.
Yeah. No, you said it's a GameCube, right?
It's a GameCube, but like,
GameCube.
Mario Kart is great, but I am more of a Super Smash Brothers type of guy.
Oh, okay.
He needs to get that one.
Oh, he's a Smash brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Got to get up at 11 a.m.
Yeah. I got to get up early tomorrow, too. What time? 11 a.m.?
11 a.m. Well, he's got to be there.
It's a long day.
You got to be
You
there
have
at
to
11
be there at
a.m.?
11 or
No, I'm driving. I have to drive.
you have to get up when?
Well, I probably get up around like 8 or 9 if I
Yeah, okay.
shower and stuff before. And then
If he showers and stuff,
before.
yeah.
Well, I'm saying I can shower tonight, but I'm saying I won't get home till after midnight because then I have to drive back, and it's all the way out past Canton. So
All right.
Whatever.
Hey, do what you got to do.
I am going to do what I got to do. It's my pride, too.
Those are long days, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because it goes well into the evening. And
yeah, because like the wedding doesn't even get started till like 4 or 5. And
Right.
then, you dance, party till 11 p.m. You tear
what
down.
do you pull down for that?
What do you talk about?
What do you make?
I don't know. I already told you. I can't talk about that.
You can't tell me how much you get paid to do a
Not his
wedding?
company.
Why? What do they
Because
care?
they charge different people different amounts. And if Cody's out here saying, hey, here's the company I work for and how much
No,
they charge.
this is how much Cody makes.
I signed something.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all you got to say. An NDA, you mean?
Yes.
Hey, your favorite.
Did you read about Raven Simone, how she was making all of her girlfriends sign NDAs?
It's not unique. Everyone does that. That's why I did.
You say that, but I don't think that's why it's a story, because not everyone does that.
No.
That's why the story is Raven Simone had her exes sign NDAs before they would get down and do anything. That's why it's a story, because not everyone does it.
It's a story because everyone is bound by NDAs, so therefore they can't talk about they sign NDAs. That's why.
This guy.
They're like, here, sign this NDA. Now you have to sign this NDA about not making us sign an NDA. And then when someone was like, oh, well, you should talk about, it would be a great story about how you made a girlfriend sign an NDA.
Yeah, when
And
she
everyone's like, ooh.
when she started dating, I wonder why though. Why her? She just didn't want people telling tales out of school, I guess, or I mean.
Well, yeah. I mean, she the longest time she was a child actor, and then again, I'm sure she's probably afraid of being.
Why isn't she a child actor anymore?
Because she's an adult actor. She grew up.
Right.
But I think she was afraid of being pigeonholed or not getting enough
Me
roles.
pigeonholed as a kid when she was 30.
Well, when she finally came
I keep
out,
getting typecast on the Cosby Show.
You're getting pigeonholed.
Yeah, she said as soon as she
Dr.
started
Cosby.
dating, when she started dating somebody, she would have them sign an NDA. She said, it's very impersonal, but somebody in my position needs to do that, was what she said.
Your brand.
And so before they would get into any squeaky, she was having them sign NDAs.
I think it should start even earlier than that. Like, as soon as you start sending the text messages, because people, let me see a nipple, and then you send them a nipple, and it's all, it's all over Twitter. So even
Who's asking to see one?
Nobody.
Let me see a nipple.
Well,
A nipple.
If you have a girl like, I want to see a nipple.
The classy way to say it is dump them out, please.
Dump them.
You see them 34 double Ds.
Yeah. Bump them out.
None of us would be able to contain themselves. If a celebrity started texting you, started saying all this nasty stuff, first thing I'm gonna do is be like, Bill, you'll never guess who's texting me right now, and then I'm gonna show them the text messages.
But not,
if I sign an NDA, that would be in violation.
But I don't think everyone would do that. I mean,
No, but there are people that would, and that's
I would.
what. Yeah.
Yes, only the people that would, and
Yeah.
that's enough. Because once it's out there, it's out there.
Who cares? Let's start the week.
do you know who Jackie O is? Over on Wild 'N Out? She died.
What?
You know who Jackie O is?
Great leader for the
Over on Wild 'N Out? She died.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm repeating myself. She's real cute. Jackie O. O-H.
I.O.
What happened?
They think it's from plastic surgery. Like Kanye's mom.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. 3 kids. But Nick Cannon, that's still his property over there. He owns Wild 'N Out. And he's doing his own thing over, I don't know, he's doing some dumb show on an app. You're right, Bill. Let's start the weekend. And the original Jackie O, of course, Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, also dead for about 30 years now. Hey, it's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Soul here at WMMS. It's how we start the weekend. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! And you got to get down on Friday. Get yourself 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 taters, 100 pizzas, 100 taters, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pastas, 55 peppers, and 155 taters. It's Friday!
Ow. I forgot to change this music out. Oh, boy, that was it. You popped an O-ring on that one, I think. Good gravy. That was no hokum and flim flam. All right, there you go.
Mary go?
I think she was hiding. I don't know if she was embarrassed or didn't want to be seen, laughing hysterically. She didn't want. Oh, she's hidden herself. Look at
Yeah.
that. She's in her tomb of fleeces. Okay, good. Well, thank you. That was a well-deserved start to the weekend. Let me take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, won't you? 35192 to do that. Guardians baseball a little bit later on tonight, and we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you